Recent archaeological discoveries at Igbo Olokun near Ile-Ife revealed ancient glass bead production sites, one of the earliest in sub-Saharan Africa. The finds, led by researchers such as Professor Adisa Ogunfolakan and Dr. Babalola Abidemi, confirm that the people of Ife were skilled innovators in trade and material science. Beyond its material legacy, Ile-Ife remains a sacred and living symbol of Yoruba spirituality. Its monarch, the Oni of Ife, is still regarded as a custodian of tradition and a spiritual bridge between the people and their ancestral heritage. According to Bayo Laoye, a veteran journalist with SOUQ News Television, the story of Ile-Ife is not merely about the past, but about continuity. Ife tells us how knowledge, art, and belief shape the destiny of a people. It is a reminder that civilization in Africa didn't begin with contact from outside. It grew from within. Today, Ile-Ife continues to attract scholars, tourists, and spiritual pilgrims from around the world, all drawn by the enduring mystery of the source. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV. It begins with the ordinary. A shopper walks into a supermarket, picks a product from the shelf, marked 2,000 naira, and gets to the counter only to be told it costs 2,400 naira. To most Nigerians, it's just another frustrating moment at the checkout. But to the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, it's a violation, one that captures the complex realities of consumer rights and fair competition in Nigeria's fast-moving consumer goods sector. Between March and August 2025, the FCCPC recorded 1,543 consumer complaints within the FMCG sector, the second highest across all industries during that period. The complaints range from deceptive marketing and product defects to poor disclosure of terms and delayed complaint resolution. The FMCG industry, known for its quick turnover and intense price sensitivity, remains one of Nigeria's most competitive sectors. Yet, beneath its vibrancy lies a network of compliance hurdles and market pressure points. Bayo Olaoye notes in this special report that the FCCPC continues to face tough challenges in maintaining balance between regulation and market realities. He explains that some trade associations allegedly adopt restrictive practices such as uniform pricing, high membership fees, and entry barriers, which can distort fair competition if unchecked. In one notable case, he recalls, the FCCPC sealed a supermarket in Abuja in February 2024 after discovering discrepancies between displayed prices and checkout charges, a clear case of deceptive pricing. According to Olaoye's analysis, Nigeria's Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act (FCCPA) 2018 provides the strongest legal foundation for consumer rights protection in the country. The Act guarantees the right to safety, requiring that all goods and services sold to the public be safe for ordinary use. Unsafe products must be withdrawn immediately once identified. It also guarantees the right to information, ensuring that consumers receive accurate details about price, composition, quantity, and use conditions before purchase. Where goods turn out defective, the consumer is entitled to repair, replacement, or refund. Sections of the FCCPA further prohibit false representation, bait advertising, and exaggerated claims, with sanctions reaching up to 10% of a company's annual turnover. Olaoye points out that state agencies such as LASCOPA complement FCCPC's efforts, helping consumers access information, redress, and awareness of their rights. Despite these laws, FMCG companies operate under immense economic strain. Rising inflation, forex shortages, and unpredictable input costs have made compliance increasingly difficult. Several multinationals have either scaled down or exited the Nigerian market, citing high operating costs and regulatory pressures. Still, as Olaoye observes, consumer protection and fair competition remain non-negotiable principles for any healthy economy. In 2023, the FCCPC fined a multinational FMCG company $110 million for abusing market dominance and stifling competition. Olaoye highlights the case as a major signal of the Commission's resolve to hold both local and foreign players accountable. Olaoye argues that compliance should not be viewed merely as a legal requirement, but a strategic business investment that strengthens consumers' trust and market credibility. He recommends that FMCG firms integrate compliance clauses into contracts, conduct regular audits, and maintain transparent pricing practices. Predatory or collusive pricing, he warns, can damage reputation and attract severe sanctions. The way forward. For Nigeria's FMCG sector, the path forward lies in collaboration, transparency, and innovation. Olaoye concludes that legal practitioners and compliance officers must continue to bridge the gap between policy and practice through staff training, regulatory monitoring, and transparent communication. I'm Moyosore Adibi, SOUQ News TV.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative (ACI) must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi reporting for SOUQ News.
human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ig Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966, in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guaranty Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ig Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today's office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrol Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. work, they say, pays. Aigboje Aigimokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Aigimokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Aigimokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of Chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Aigboje Aigimokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. You know, this is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, you know, from works, you know, done by masters like that. After a while, you know, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, you know, her works, you know, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, you know. So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but, you know, with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, you know, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Aigimokwede Foundation, with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so, with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Aigimokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Aliko holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Aliko is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Aiboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Aliko has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him, that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed. We scaled some pretty high heights and so on. And in a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ike Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Ikoje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Ikoje Ike Imokwede is back again. Ike Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Ike Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of British culture, not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 2012 Olympics. We were very much one of the centerpieces of British culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do anymore. So there you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for its neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs and is famous for its portico and steeple and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins and they made some lovely, sort of practiced for some classical concerts. So I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes, listening to it. It's lovely, it's a really nice church, and it's nice that we don't to use it much time. So maybe we should have a nice coffee as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century, with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for SOUQ News.
When Emeke talks about black gold, he isn't referring to oil. He buys it in sacks, not barrels. He sells it from a metal shack to customers in Lagos, Nigeria's commercial capital. Charcoal is big business in Africa. He says there's enough money in the charcoal trade to make the wealthy envious in several African countries. Charcoal has fueled Africa's urbanization. It is energy dense and difficult to regulate, much like the cities it powers. Despite concerns about pollution, deforestation, and illicit money flows, charcoal remains indispensable. In this special report, written by Bayo Olaoye, he explored the value of Africa's charcoal economy, estimated to be worth billions of dollars, and assesses its viability. Nearly 200 million Africans cook primarily with charcoal, including 27% of urban dwellers. That share has grown since 1960, replacing much of its previous reliance on firewood. If there's been an African energy transition, it has been from one type of wood fuel to another. Charcoal's appeal lies in its convenience. By weight, it contains nearly twice as much energy as the wood it's derived from, making it easier to transport and ideal for megacities with fragile infrastructure. In Kinshasa, a Congolese metropolis of 18 million people, almost everyone cooks with it. Never before have cities grown so large while relying so heavily on wood-based fuel. In rural Africa, tens of millions of people make charcoal using earth kilns, outnumbering the world's coal miners. The process involves heating wood under low oxygen conditions to remove moisture and volatile gases. Logs and branches are stacked in a pile, covered with grass and soil, and burned for several days. This yields 1 to 2 tons of charcoal from 10 tons of dry wood. The process emits more carbon than simply burning the wood. Much of the raw wood is free, harvested from farmers' own land or from forests. Many charcoal producers are farmers selling to traders when in need of cash. Others are entrepreneurs who bring in work teams, distribute chainsaws, and pay off landowners or local chiefs. Locals often complain about outsiders cutting down their trees. In Kenya and Uganda, vigilantes have even attacked charcoal trucks. Africa's charcoal trade is estimated to be worth tens of billions of dollars, possibly more than the continent earns from cocoa or coffee. The money trail often leads to soldiers or government officials. The United Nations Security Council banned charcoal exports from Somalia because jihadists were earning millions by exporting it to the Gulf, where shisha smokers prize the aroma of acacia wood. Charcoal production leaves destruction in its wake. In Mozambique's Mabalane district, 2/3 of the woodland was affected by charcoal harvesting in the decade leading to 2018, according to one study. To mitigate the damage, governments oscillate between legalizing the trade through licensing and forest management and banning it outright. Sudden bans, however, often fuel a black market. Enforcement becomes a chaotic negotiation involving traders, officials, police, soldiers, and local communities. Lorry drivers move at night and pay bribes to checkpoints. In Uganda, where charcoal production is banned, it's smuggled across the border and transported under official seals from South Sudan. Other policies promote clean cooking. Liquid petroleum gas, LPG, which burns cleaner than charcoal, is exempted from VAT in Kenya. Some companies have introduced metered gas canisters so consumers can pay as they go, easing upfront costs. Today, more than half of urban Kenyans use LPG as their main cooking fuel. Bond Manufacturing, a company known for efficient stoves, has stopped selling its charcoal models and now promotes electric stoves subsidized by carbon credits. Experts say charcoal is on the decline in Kenya, though it remains prevalent in countries like Madagascar and Zambia, where alternatives are limited. Phasing out charcoal will have economic consequences. The trade is informal and decentralized, while gas is distributed through large firms and creates fewer jobs. Charcoal provides roughly 275 workdays per terajoule consumed, compared with 95 for electricity and 15 for LPG. Gas imports also strained foreign currency reserves. For now, most consumers juggle multiple energy sources. Charcoal production in Africa is still growing at about 2% annually. But one thing is clear: as long as there is the ghetto, there will always be charcoal. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copper Belt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, holds majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges, hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain
Good morning and welcome to the news update on SOUQ News Television. I am Olumide Shukwaya. Now let's begin. Internet banking has taken over automated teller machines, ATM, and point-of-sale POS terminals in Nigeria, as total transaction values hit 542.98 trillion naira between January and October 2025. Data from the Nigeria Interbank Settlement System has shown the rise reflects growing consumer preference for digital platforms, with internet banking accounting for 262.76 trillion naira, almost half of total electronic transactions. In contracts, POS recorded 10.73 trillion naira, while ATM transactions amounted to 19.98 trillion naira. Mobile transfers also grew rapidly, hitting 226.34 trillion naira during the same period. Experts attribute the surge to improved mobile penetration, increased fintech adoption, and growing confidence in the digital payments amid efforts to deepen financial inclusion. As online platforms become more secure and accessible, traditional transaction channels like ATMs and POS are losing dominance. Analysts say banks and regulators must now prioritize cyber resilience and customer trust to sustain this momentum in Nigeria's fast-evolving digital economy. The organized private sector has welcomed Nigeria's declining inflation, but warned that it has yet to translate into real relief for citizens. On Monday, the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, reported that headline inflation fell 16.05% in October from 18.02% in September, marking the second consecutive month of moderation. The Bureau attributed the easing to a change in consumer price index CPI base year and softening food prices. Now, despite the development, private sector groups say the hardship across the country remains widespread. They argue that the slowing inflation rate doesn't reflect on household purchasing power or the high cost of living faced by businesses and consumers alike. Although the consumer price index rose slightly to 128.9 points from 127.7 in September, the pace of increase is slower, suggesting inflation is cooling, but not enough to ease economic strain. Now, the Nigerian equities market opened the week on a negative note as all-share index of the Nigerian exchange fell 1.26% to close at 145,159.77 points on Monday. Now, this decline led to a significant loss of 1.17 trillion naira in market capitalization, pulling it down to 92.3 trillion naira. The downturn was mainly driven by profit-taking and sell pressures on key blue-chip stocks, particularly Dangote Cement, which shared maximum daily limits of 10%. Tier 1 banking stocks also contributed to the slump, with Zenith Bank dropping 1.64%, Access Holding falling by 3.26%, and First Bank Nigeria Holding sliding to 2.76%. Market analysts attributed the bearish sentiment to investor caution amid broader macroeconomic uncertainties, adding that the performance of heavyweight stocks will likely determine market direction in the short term. Dangote Petroleum Refinery has denied that the recent drop in petrol pump prices was caused by a federal government suspension of the 15% import tariff. Now, in a statement on Monday, the company said the price reduction stemmed from its own decision to review the premium motor spirit PMS prices downwards. On November 6, it described any attempt to link the price adjustment to the import due to the ferment as misleading and inaccurate. Now, the refinery added that the move by marketers to lower pump rates came only after it had already slashed both gantry and coastal prices. The clarification comes amid public debate over what triggered the latest round of price reliefs at fuel stations. Following government announcements regarding fall import taxes, Dangote stressed that its independent pricing strategy was aimed at supporting market stability and had no connection with the policy shift. Nigeria's trade with other African countries surged to 4.82 trillion naira in the first half of 2025, up from over 600 billion naira during the same period last year, according to the Nigeria Customs Service (NCS). Controller General Bashir Adewale Adeniyi disclosed the figures on Monday during the Customs Partnership for African Cooperation in Trade (CPAC) event in Abuja. He said the sharp increase reflects Nigeria's growing integration with the African Continental Free Trade Area (AFCTA) and the improvement in broader cooperation and digital custom operation. The rise also points to renewed interest in intra-African commerce driven by efforts to reduce dependency on external markets. Experts say the trend, if sustained, could unlock significant economic value for Nigeria, improve regional supply chains, and boost non-oil export. Adeniyi stressed that continued investment in cross-border infrastructure and custom digitization will be key to sustaining this growth. And that's it on the news. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I am Olumide Shokoya. Coming up shortly, it's SOUQ Business Landscape. Please stay with us.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Dr. SOUQ A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom encapsulated in the statements. Revenue growth is the lifeblood of a nation's economy, providing means to fulfill essential duties to its citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligation to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax, that if you earn more, you pay more, and if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. Zaka Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria. In a little over a year being at the helm of the affairs of the tax body in Nigeria, we have seen a significant improvement in revenue generation. His policy of not crumbling business with taxation is something that also needs to be applauded. Zaka Adedeji philosophy is taxing fruits and not the seed, and taxing prosperity, not poverty. Because if you look at the fiscal landscape of Nigeria in the past 10 years, you find that businesses have struggled to live, and that has led to the exit of so many businesses from Nigeria. But with this new reform, we're saying that the businesses will profit from the reform processes, and that will mean more business for Nigeria. We will have a lot of foreign inflow in terms of foreign direct investment that will actually drive the process of economic growth for the country. And I think he has done so well, and he deserves a kudos, especially for taking the giant stride to restructure FRS for efficiency, for accountability, and for value for money.
He has also made the welfare of the staff a top priority, fostering a positive working environment that has brought smiles to the faces of FIRS employees nationwide. Supporters of the tax reform bills highlight several key benefits, harping on the need for streamlined tax processes that could reduce bureaucratic hurdles and foster an environment where businesses can thrive.
He has initiated a lot of reform which dovetail into the tax reform bills that is before the National Assembly. This initiative is to improve on the tax administration system in Nigeria with a view to improving on the collection systems that will be beneficial to every member of the Nigerian state. SOUQ, as is well known, has improved on simplifying tax reform even within the federal land revenue, which in no means has improved on tax administration, and he celebrated essentially for the core initiative of the tax reform.
Under Dr. Adedeji's leadership, Nigeria's tax system has gone beyond mere policy adjustments. Its focus is on fostering sustainable growth and ensuring that the benefits of tax reforms reach both businesses and citizens.
So those that are attacking the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation, and then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? A status that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT. And then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this if corrective measures are not taken. Graduation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the graduation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% graduation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law.
Contributing to long-term national development, Dr. SOUQ A. Adedeji's career is a testament of his unwavering commitment to improving Nigeria's financial systems and enhancing revenue generation, showcasing his exceptional expertise in corporate and public finance.
Two widely used and deeply troubling terms dominate discussions around Nigerian emigration: japa and brain drain. Japa, a word that has made its way into the Oxford English Dictionary, means to leave Nigeria for another country, often Europe or America, in pursuit of education, job opportunities, or better economic prospects. It also connotes to escape or to flee. The second term, brain drain, refers to the outflow of skilled professionals, doctors, engineers, academics, and more, leaving Nigeria to contribute their talents to other nations. As a patriot, one might argue that both terms evoke concern. Japa is symptomatic of systemic failures that drive citizens away from their homeland instead of encouraging them to stay and push for reform. As authors Darren Asimoglu and James Robinson emphasized in Why Nations Fail, governance thrives under civic pressure. If the youth and professionals flee, who remains to demand accountability and enforce positive change? Likewise, brain drain depletes the country's human capital. When Nigeria's best-trained professionals are developed in other nations, the country is left with fewer hands to build its own future. However, this narrative is shifting. As Bayo Olaoye explores in this special report, there is a compelling case for viewing the Nigerian diaspora not as a loss, but as an economic powerhouse. From brain drain to brain gain. Recent figures from the Nigerian Medical and Dental Council show that only about 27,000 of Nigeria's 71,740 registered doctors currently practice in the country. Thousands of Nigerian doctors, nurses, and health professionals now work in the UK and the US, contributing significantly to those nations' healthcare systems. It's a trend seen across professions, from teachers to tech experts. Critics argue these individuals should be at home, contributing to Nigeria's development. Yet, the picture is not so black and white. According to World Bank economists Art Cray and David McKenzie, poverty can often be a function of where one lives. For many Nigerians, staying home may mean remaining trapped in poverty. In that context, emigration is a rational choice and often a necessary one. Furthermore, the idea of brain drain has evolved into brain circulation or brain gain. Many Nigerians abroad are returning with skills, capital, and experience to invest in the country. even those who don't return still give back. As Dr. Segun Aganga noted in Reclaiming the Jewel of Africa, diaspora Nigerians do not have to physically return to make an impact. Diaspora remittances, a lifeline for millions. Diasporans are sustaining the Nigerian economy through billions in remittances. Between 2018 and 2020, Nigerians abroad sent home over $65 billion, accounting for 4% of Nigeria's GDP. These funds uplift millions of households, offering relief from poverty, hunger, and economic despair. Remittances also help stabilize the naira, acting as a buffer against foreign exchange volatility. Yet, Nigeria is missing an opportunity to fully harness this potential. The Central Bank of Nigeria has imposed capital flow restrictions, forcing remitted dollars to be exchanged only at the official rate and in naira. This approach discourages larger inflows and stifles the remittance ecosystem. Diaspora trade and investment, the next frontier. Beyond remittances lies a massive opportunity in export trade. A Commonwealth Secretariat report highlights how countries with large diasporas have a comparative advantage in export markets. With over 20 million Nigerians abroad, this is a goldmine waiting to be tapped. Nigerians abroad crave products from home, be it fashion, food, film, or fine art. But to meet this demand, Nigeria needs a deliberate strategy to engage the diaspora. This means more than just ceremonial congratulations. It demands structured collaboration, policy coordination, and economic diplomacy. NIDCOM and the policy disconnect. The Nigerian Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, under the leadership of Abike Dabiri Erowa, has raised visibility on diaspora issues. However, its current focus remains largely reactive, centered around crises like human trafficking and consular support. For real impact, NIDCOM must collaborate with economic ministries, coordinate with trade and industry stakeholders, and act as a bridge between diaspora investors and local entrepreneurs. Beyond economics, political and institutional engagement. Nigeria must not reduce its diaspora to economic figures alone. They are citizens with a stake in the country's political future. That's why remote voting rights must be instituted, allowing diasporans to participate in national elections. Moreover, complaints about Nigerian embassies and high commissions, especially in the US and UK, must be addressed. Diasporans often face challenges with basic services like passport renewal, which leaves them feeling alienated and abandoned. This must change. The Nigerian diaspora is not a burden, it is a blessing. A sleeping economic giant that, if properly engaged, could help rewrite Nigeria's growth story. From remittances and trade to skills transfer and global influence, the diaspora is a strategic asset and not a national loss. What Nigeria needs is bold policy reform and a new mindset, one that sees migration not as failure, but as a force for economic revival. Japa may signal escape, but with the right vision, it can also spark renewal. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV. It begins with the ordinary. A shopper walks into a supermarket, picks a product from the shelf, marked 2,000 naira, and gets to the counter only to be told it costs 2,400 naira. To most Nigerians, it's just another frustrating moment at the checkout. But to the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, it's a violation, one that captures the complex realities of consumer rights and fair competition in Nigeria's fast-moving consumer goods sector. Between March and August 2025, the FCCPC recorded 1,543 consumer complaints within the FMCG sector, the second highest across all industries during that period. The complaints range from deceptive marketing and product defects to poor disclosure of terms and delayed complaint resolution. The FMCG industry, known for its quick turnover and intense price sensitivity, remains one of Nigeria's most competitive sectors. Yet, beneath its vibrancy lies a network of compliance hurdles and market pressure points. Bayo Olaoye notes in this special report that the FCCPC continues to face tough challenges in maintaining balance between regulation and market realities. He explains that some trade associations allegedly adopt restrictive practices such as uniform pricing, high membership fees, and entry barriers, which can distort fair competition if unchecked. In one notable case, he recalls, the FCCPC sealed a supermarket in Abuja in February 2024 after discovering discrepancies between displayed prices and checkout charges, a clear case of deceptive pricing. According to Olaoye's analysis, Nigeria's Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act (FCCPA) 2018 provides the strongest legal foundation for consumer rights protection in the country. The Act guarantees the right to safety, requiring that all goods and services sold to the public be safe for ordinary use. Unsafe products must be withdrawn immediately once identified. It also guarantees the right to information, ensuring that consumers receive accurate details about price, composition, quantity, and use conditions before purchase. Where goods turn out defective, the consumer is entitled to repair, replacement, or refund. Sections of the FCCPA further prohibit false representation, bait advertising, and exaggerated claims, with sanctions reaching up to 10% of a company's annual turnover. Olaoye points out that state agencies such as LASCOPA complement FCCPC's efforts, helping consumers access information, redress, and awareness of their rights. Despite these laws, FMCG companies operate under immense economic strain. Rising inflation, forex shortages, and unpredictable input costs have made compliance increasingly difficult. Several multinationals have either scaled down or exited the Nigerian market, citing high operating costs and regulatory pressures. Still, as Olaoye observes, consumer protection and fair competition remain non-negotiable principles for any healthy economy. In 2023, the FCCPC fined a multinational FMCG company $110 million for abusing market dominance and stifling competition. Olaoye highlights the case as a major signal of the Commission's resolve to hold both local and foreign players accountable. Olaoye argues that compliance should not be viewed merely as a legal requirement, but a strategic business investment that strengthens consumers' trust and market credibility. He recommends that FMCG firms integrate compliance clauses into contracts, conduct regular audits, and maintain transparent pricing practices. Predatory or collusive pricing, he warns, can damage reputation and attract severe sanctions. The way forward. For Nigeria's FMCG sector, the path forward lies in collaboration, transparency, and innovation. Olaoye concludes that legal practitioners and compliance officers must continue to bridge the gap between policy and practice through staff training, regulatory monitoring, and transparent communication. I'm Moyosore Adibi, SOUQ News TV.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copperbelt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges, hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Giving copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
Because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Petrol said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to your morning staple. This is SBL, and we are reaching you live from SOUQ News Television. This is Nigeria. This is Lagos. You know that beautiful place where you always want to be. Dirty December is coming. What's your preparations like? A whole lot of money and a whole lot of policy and financing is going into what's going to happen in Nigeria. So it doesn't matter where you're watching us from. Prepare. This is the tourist attraction of the year. You need to be in Lagos. For everyone out there, remember what we always see. Be your brother's keeper. So it doesn't matter what the economy is saying. Ask your brother, how are you? My name is SOUQ. John Rogers, SOUQ. Today we will dive into what's happening in the economy. As policies are coming, as inflation is going down, how is the table, food, money in your pocket doing? These are major things we'll be talking about today. I'm not alone on this table that is alive. I'm privileged to be here with a very beautiful lady. So, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I welcome Swift. Good morning.
Good morning, SOUQ. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
I like your wristwatch, like your look. You're looking very fine. Although you say you have not been sleeping well, I don't think so. You are not showing like somebody. What's been keeping you?
He is Gabon. Gabon, he just get me, so I'm still recovering.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, Africa. Good morning, world. Of course, like we tell you, we analyze everything that affects you, the economy, and us. It's time for you to stay with us because this conversation is interactive. So feel free to drop every statement and comment you want to make. My name is Swift Aderito, and we'll be doing justice to this. I'll be harassing SOUQ, harassing Benga, harassing anybody, and harassing you online if you drop a message. That's what I'm here for.
Okay, you're welcome. But give us some reprieve. We've suffered in the hands of Gabon and Congo. So.
No, it's not enough. It's never enough.
Okay. Now, today we'll also be having a guest. Benga will be joining us via Zoom, and when he joins us, we will let you know. So, hey, let's get straight to our first story. It has to do with digital banking. We've been talking about going cashless for a very long time. We are on track. Now, Automated teller machines, ATM, and point of sale terminals in Nigeria are total transaction value hit 542.98 between January and October 2025. Now, this is a major rise for those that are not aware. Internet banking is taking over and has surpassed both POS and ATMs. Now, the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System has shown the rise reflect growing consumer preference for digital platforms, with internet banking accounting for 262.76 trillion, almost half of total electronic transactions. In contrast, POS recorded 10.73 trillion, while ATM transactions amounted to 19.98 trillion. Mobile transfers also grew rapidly, hitting 226.34 trillion during the same period. Now, experts attribute the surge to improved mobile penetration, increased fintech adoption, and growing confidence in digital payments amid efforts to deepen financial inclusion. As online platforms become more secure and accessible, traditional transaction channels like ATMs and POS are losing dominance. Analysts say banks and regulators must now prioritize cyber resilience and customer trust to sustain this momentum in Nigeria's fast-evolving digital economy. Now, this brings us to what we are talking about for this first story. We've talked about going cashless for a very long time.
Yes.
We had experiments. The second, let's start with Lagos, let's start with Abuja. Then we had a whole lot of dominance for Lagos. We are still in that rhetoric stage, even if people have started adopting a lot of the policies that take us cashless. Yeah. ATMs came, then POS came. People were so skeptical about going internet banking. But as we speak, for the last 2 months, internet banking has surpassed ATM and POS in transactions in Nigeria. I think that is a kudos.
Is it a kudos, or I would say it is the regulatory bodies, what CBN has done that is making this? So when I saw the news and some people were surprised, I said, why are you surprised? I'm even surprised that the ATM withdrawals are that high. It still shows that a lot of people are still tilting towards what they are familiar with. Right now, from the ATM, you can't, in some banks, you can't withdraw more than 20 or 30,000 naira.
At a go?
So, in a day.
Okay.
Except you go into the bank and you go over the counter and you draw over the counter, and there's a very huge charge that when you think about it, you start wondering. So automatically, CBN regulators have made it, they have pushed people, like you talked about the internet banking. Let us not also forget during the last election when the former central bank, Governor Emefiele, made it so hard for people and, was hitting hard on internet banking, that at a stage people, the world was cashless. People could barely hold 5,000 naira in their hands, and people were now afraid to transfer. People were refusing transfer, and so it made life so difficult for people. We saw people die in the process, and all these things have subconsciously pushed people towards internet banking. And right now, people are now, that subconsciousness, people have withdrawn from the ATM. Some people too are afraid of the POS because of the new charges that have been added on the POS. So back in the day,
official charges or unofficial charges?
Official charges.
What about the unofficial charges?
Then, of course, unofficial charges for profit is another one.
Okay.
So back in the day, if you withdrew money, I think 10,000 naira, it was 100 naira. Right now, 10,000 naira is going between 200 and 300 naira.
So we're using money to buy money?
Yes, for POSs. So it makes more sense for you to just do a transfer and be deducted as 65 naira.
In some cases, 10 naira, in some cases,
that's what I was about
16 naira.
Fintech banks as low as, but we are talking of the regular banks.
For some free.
Yes. Some, by the time you finish, when they send you your SMS charge, one of my banks sent me an SMS charge of 600 naira at the end of the day, yes.
For 1 month or for?
For a month. And I was like, please, how much did I withdraw? So what I started doing was I take from that bank and I send to my fintech that charges me 10 naira per transfer, and I go with email, so they don't even deduct me for SMS charge.
Okay, let's look at the good side of financial inclusion.
Yes.
A lot of people outside the metropolitan cities, outside Lagos, outside Abuja, outside Aba, Onitsha, and co, even traders within those particular places, we used to have this issue of people carrying Ghana must go. If you're not sure what Ghana must go means, is those nice-looking bags made of beautiful materials, and they load cash in them. So once you hear Ghana must go, it means cash movement. Gradually, that era has passed.
The cashless policy.
Then we now went into an era of over-the-counter. Now we are in an era of transfers.
Yes.
Thanks to fintechs. Now we are having more people trust the system and are open to transact in the system. How do we get more of the policies that are on now to get better so that we have more people included in this particular system, looking at culture, looking at religion in those remote areas, and in some part of the country where religion comes to play and people consider it before stepping into a bank?
Even when I was looking at religion, my mother has refused to get an app on her phone. And she says, because the day that anybody takes my phone, they can transfer all my money. And I'm like, Mom, see, calm down. You need pass. She was like, no. So she rather goes to the bank and she still withdraws over the counter. Of course, she's 75. So she's one of those old school people that will still prefer to withdraw over the counter. But her elder sister, who is 78, does transfers via phone. So it's, I would, when you see when you're talking about religion, I would just say it's a mindset. Some people are afraid to embrace change. My mom is one of them. She refused to take
aside your mom now,
yes.
Aside the mindset,
yes.
Some religions, okay. In Islam, they don't do profit banking.
Yes.
In quote. So now we've had a form of inclusivity, banks that are tailor-made for that particular venture, and they are really serving these communities. But now we need to break those banks down to small bits where the people in those places can trade and transact on their phones through those kind of banks.
Like I say, it's exposure. It's
okay.
not. Like I say, it's not. I don't see it as religion, because I see religion as what you call religion, or what goes on in religion is exposure. Once you become exposed, you leave certain things behind. United Arab Nation is supposed to be one of the headquarters, Saudi Arabia, and these people do amazing banking. So I call it exposure. I don't see it as, a religious factor. Like the ones in Lagos now that transact and the ones in Abuja, they are no more tied to those things because they've seen the real life or the light. I don't want to go there. Nowadays, I see those same people grab you in the markets like you should come and buy gold and change dollar. In those days, they never touched women. So let's move on from there so that we don't get too emotional at this point. But when it comes to banking, like I said, it's just, I think, because of the way the banking rules and regulations are, they take on state from states. There are also definitely some states that are more exposed. Abuja, Port Harcourt, Lagos. These are states that things happen. States like Edo, they are very open to change. They love to embrace it. Then, of course, they also have a lot of people in the diaspora. Edo, Delta, it's very natural to see out of 10 households, 9 people have people in the diaspora. So those people, they have embraced mobile banking on time. They were one of the people that back in the day, Western Union money transfers were created for, because that is where they live for. But in Nigeria right now, there are some states that, of course, is going to be less. States that are civil servants, more civil servant states, states like Ekiti, states like Zamfara, that they are more reliant on government money and their salaries are small and they are even fighting to pay minimum wage. It's only normal that those people, the online banking will not trend. You are going to see more people do over-the-counter banking. But states like Lagos, where there's more income, a regular person earns between 250 to 500,000, it's hard for you to go and withdraw your salary. When your salary is 40,000, you can go over the bank and pick it and hold it. But when your salary is 300,000, 800,000, 1.5 million, 2.5 million, how are you going to be holding?
My salary is not 2.5
I'm saying in Lagos, because there was a trend on Twitter where some people were saying, if you earn 500,000 in Lagos, you are poor. And they did the math. And I agree. If you earn less than 500,000, you cannot drive your car every day to the office. You can't fuel it. Because to fuel a car for a month.
Are you telling Dr. Dawson?
No, Dr. Dawson has some money. I've parked my car at home for a bit because to fuel my car in a month is 170. So it makes sense to do the BRT or the train.
Okay, and it makes sense to use.
And so when I get to the BRT park, if I have 30,000 naira and I'm passing through Oshodi or passing through, I'm more likely to be robbed than when I get there. All I have to do is transfer into my card account, from my card account, swiping and walking. Now, I might have done the POS.
How can we transfer this, both the knowledge, both the literacy level, and this down to rural areas? Now, people forget that a lot of the food stuff, a lot of the farm activity, a lot of transactions also happen in the rural areas. Now we have networks that are also there. How can we get them to benefit from this?
Embrace it.
Yes.
Embrace is going to be hard. So I gave an instance with my mother.
Break the hardness.
So the hardness comes from this. First of all, most people who go and buy from the rural areas pay our farmers peanuts, which we know, number one. Number two, the farmers do not trust. And most of the farmers nowadays are older ones. It's the younger farmers that are embracing fintech and transfer. So I walk up to a woman who is 60. About the village market? That's what I'm saying. I walk up to a woman in the village market who is 60, and I tell her I want to transfer. So there was a time I was passing through Ore. There was only one woman's daughter that everybody trusted to transfer to. When you say no, then they will not say, oh yeah, mama, this person, go meet him. They will not say, you don't enter. The girl will say, yes, you sure? Yes, check again. And when I was trying to transfer to her at a stage, my bank kept giving me a security alert. Meaning, you can imagine if 13 people from every boss is transferring to her. So that account is already being flagged out. Why are so many people transferring to this person? They only had, at that time, one POS in that already. This was like 3 months ago that was working. And that particular POS person was doing 500 naira for 5,000. So a lot of people were like, do you understand? Because these people in those areas, they prefer cash. They kept saying it, when they come, they could not bring money. They prefer cash. In fact, sometimes, if something that is supposed to be 3,000, if you say, I have 2,000, I have 2,500, they will embrace you more. It's the same thing that is happening in the rural areas. It's going to take a while. It's going to take their children who are now exposed, like what happened in our father's time, who have gone to the city or have gone to university to now convince their parents that, mommy, daddy, this is the next way to go. There was an old man that was being interviewed that said he used to check his bank app every 10 minutes so that in case the money would disappear, that his son told him that if he doesn't check it every 10 minutes, the money can disappear. That's why I said the banking system, for there to be more activity in the rural area, they need to do more. So they need to go into the rural area, educate these people, start mobilization there, which is more money. And how much are these people really making that you want to mobilize? When you can do more ads in Lagos, Abuja, Kaduna, Kano, which the people's income is 500 times the turnover of what you are getting in the village. Now, so this is why it is yes.
If we are looking at it from that aspect, is Lagos going to starve? Lagos doesn't produce its food.
We agree.
Good.
So
Lagos is spending 50 billion for food security.
Yes.
Bringing some states together to farm. That money is going to those villages. Hope you know. So now let's also add them to this. Now, if we're looking at financial inclusion, we are trying to see where we can be able to grow wealth, not just for the cities, but also for the rural areas and the farmer somewhere and the farmer's son somewhere. Now, the era of putting money under the mattress, I think it should.
Some people are still doing it. In fact, some billionaires are still putting in septic tanks.
Well, I don't know about that.
And look, if you know any septic tank, please whistleblow to
I don't know about that.
I need to help them with that money.
We need to get to a point where we should spend the least amount printing cash, printing fiat. And that has to do if we embrace a lot of these fintechs that are coming. Now, let's talk about infrastructure.
Before we go to infrastructure, can I quickly say something?
Okay.
I'm sorry. If you see empowerment stories, like the same thing that happened in Lagos, Abuja, Kaduna, there's a transfer that comes with it. You're given maybe a laptop. But when you see empowerment stories in these funny areas, you are seeing wheelbarrow and 500 naira.
No, be specific.
No!
Swift. Pause. Be specific. It's not everywhere. It's in specific areas.
No, please, let's go there. Wheelbarrow.
Swift, no.
In fact, there was one I saw Congo they use in carrying. And this one was from the south.
Let's put this caveat out there. It does not happen in Nigeria. It just happens with some leaders leaders that don't have a vision. So we can't use them to equate everybody.
No, I'm just saying, we agree. But you see,
so
the way...
you know yourself. Stop giving people wheelbarrows.
So the way the rural area has been fashioned, these people seem to embrace, they are very, Nigerians, Africans, we were trained to be grateful. So if you give me this biro, I can tell you thank you 500 times.
If I give you what?
If you give me a biro.
Okay, a pen.
A pen, okay. A biro, pen. I will tell you thank you 500 times. And this is how these people, this is their mindset. They are still very, indigenous to our culture. They are easily satisfied. So somebody that goes to the farm with a wheelbarrow, even though the empowerment program is supposed to be 500,000 naira or 1 million per farmer, when she's given a wheelbarrow with a shovel and, 500 naira or 1,000 naira and maybe a bottle of canned drink, she's happy. She feels that, oh, the government cared about my wheelbarrow so much.
Exactly
I'm giving an instance. Okay. This is the same thing with the fintechs. Many times in the rural area, people will still prefer cash than transfer because of the trust factor. It's going to take a while. Even in Lagos, it took a while. My Malam just started his own. The Malam beside my house just opened an account 3 months ago. That's telling you we had to take our time to convince him. Then what now gingered him was another lady opened something 2-3 houses away. So he realized that when some people come and buy certain things and he says no cash, they don't transfer to him, they go to the other person. So at that point, the man's hands were now tied and he realized that, look, the world is moving ahead. And so he started his own banking. Although on a scary note, because he will always beg you that, please, give me your number. If anything happens, I'll call you back. Now, this is in Lagos. So people have taken out time. Even in Lagos, people took time to embrace mobile banking.
Okay. Now, let's still hold on to yes. what we have and make it better. We have infrastructure that is coming up. The federal government, in the last budget, and also the Minister of Interior, Science and Tech, every one of them, they got a loan from international organizations. Yes. And we are having Galaxy backbone, not just Galaxy backbone, although they are part of it, but having internet backbone, getting it across every single local government. Now, if we have that connectivity, it's going to be a major plus for financial fintechs and ability for people to transact financially.
Yes.
So that excuse of connectivity, reach out, is most likely not going to be there. You talked about literacy, you talked about trust, you talked about acceptance. We have a lot of markets that we want to see grow in our rural areas. Yeah. Not just for farming products, but for processing, for adding value to the primary, for primary products. And which means we need them to be included in this system. Are we moving as fast as we can?
Well, the truth is the government is trying. Policies are in place to make sure that, this mobile banking is seamless. Mobile banking, of course, is cheaper than withdrawing over the counter using your POS. So right now, a lot of people, when you look at the profit margins, a lot of people are now being pushed towards mobile banking. Also, another good thing about mobile banking, it is safe. It's relatively safe nowadays. There are some fintechs that have come out that have made a conscious effort. In fact, there's one that you just see a grown man in a bus doing like this. You know that once you want to transfer an amount that is probably above 100,000 or 70,000, you have to do facial recognition, you have to do fingerprints, which a lot of banks are putting, even the old school banks, because there was a day I was sitting in an event at a pub, and I saw somebody from one of, in quotes, the first generation banks, and he was telling someone that, look, everything these fintech do, we do it now. We do this transfer. Transfers are in minutes, then seconds, like them. So the truth is, with these fintechs coming in, the fintechs really pushed the traditional banks, our old school banks, the big boys, to realize that mobile banking is the next hot money. And so they have had to work on their security, they have had to work on their transactional processes, they have had to work on the speed too of transactions. So right now, transactions go between 40 seconds, and certain times. So yes, it is a plus and it's working. For, like I said, for the rural areas, what government needs to do is educate the younger ones, because the way that people have always been educated, especially when it comes to new things, innovations, mobile banking apps and all that. It is the younger ones who explain to their parents, usually, who tell them, Mommy, Daddy, this is how it is. And, you know, so if you educate the children of the farmers, the sellers, the young people at the side, they are more likely for their parents to embrace this technology. But for these areas, like I say, it's going to take its time. It's the same way it took 1 to 2 to 3 years for people in even the urban areas to embrace mobile. I was one of the people that I refused to embrace mobile banking for a long time. I would go to the ATM and rather transfer that I trust. And they used to call me ancient and modern until one day I told myself, okay, let's do this. Because I had heard of somebody who was given a one-chance ride and all his money was transferred. But right now, there are more security functions. You can't transfer a certain amount. You literally cannot take out almost all the money in your account at a time. So these are the things that the Banking Regulatory Board are putting together. And right now, if you transfer money, for example, you were robbed, and you can report it within an hour, 2 hours, that money can be transferred back to your account. If all these steps work, then definitely there will be more embrace for the rural area. But mobile banking is a plus, is a good thing, and the federal government has made a conscious effort to put rules and regulations that can twist your hands and push you towards mobile banking. I was pushed to mobile banking.
Why you say you were pushed?
No, I was pushed.
You're loving it right now.
Oh, yes, I do. I do.
Let's look at financial inclusion with an eye on poverty reduction. And if we see ability to get access to government aid has to come through financial inclusion. So it doesn't matter where the person is, where you stay, what you worship, who you follow. If you don't tap into that particular data line, or you are not captured in that line, you know you are out of it. So a lot of government policies that need to trickle down, just like you said, we need a lot of education. We need people to sign on. We need people to have account, have an identity, in what form. Then we're also looking at insurance. This is a faster way of teaching people and letting people know that they have access to insurance.
Yes.
Access both to pay, access both to invest. It doesn't matter how big, it doesn't matter how small. Because a lot of the opportunities people don't know about will come with good financial inclusion. Where we are right now, yes, we've gone way past where we used to be before. We don't get to see or hear news of people getting robbed on the road and somebody's cutting away millions. That has gone.
Yes, because cash.
The only place you can see cash moving around is bullion vans. That has also gone.
And they are well protected.
We are not. This is not. Okay. So yes. Right now, we are looking at the next era. We want to be able to see a CBN that will tell us, okay, good, we are not printing cash in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years. Is it possible?
So, like I said, it is very possible, but the problem is there are some people in government. There was something the chief of staff said. He says, no man can attack a village if there's no informant from the village giving out critical information. There are certain people in government who hold the powers in the corridors of government, who are the people that are mitigating against this going. We're talking about empowerment programs. If it is strictly transactional now, so as a farmer, if you don't have an account that can be transferred, money can be transferred to you, you don't get the empowerment, you don't get the aid.
An account registered to you that can be traced.
That can be traced. You will notice a lot of people would start to, go into mobile banking, be more inclined to open accounts and all that. But most of these, in quotes, local government and all that, they want to do wheelbarrow empowerment and 2,000 naira, 500 naira. And if you now do this, it means that wheelbarrow empowerment will no more work. Because when you go with wheelbarrow,
should we be having wheelbarrow empowerment?
No, but it's reality.
Yes, but let's look ourselves in the face and no, I think let's look ourselves in the face and tell us that we should stop this child's play.
Because this wheelbarrow empowerment has been going on for years.
You can't gather people and give them cobbler tools and tell me you're empowering people. That is wrong.
They could buy power people with biscuits and
Okay. We look forward to an economy that is always going to grow and get better. Now, talking about financial inclusion, let's get straight to our next story for today, and has to do with inflation. Now, for those that are wondering, a lot of data has come out to show that Nigeria inflation is dropping. But the question we will be asking ourselves is, if we put the dropping side by side with spending power, how have we gone? How good have we been? Inflation against hardship, where exactly are we? Now, the organized private sector has welcomed Nigeria's declining inflation, but warned that it has yet to translate into very meaningful and tangible real relief for citizens. On Monday, the National Bureau of Statistics reported that headline inflation fell to 16.05% in October from 18.02% in September, marking the second consecutive month of moderation. The Bureau attributed the easing to a change in Consumer Price Index, CPI-based year, and softening food prices. Despite this development, private sector groups say the hardship across the country remains widespread. They argue that the slowing inflation rate doesn't reflect on households' purchasing power or the high cost of living faced by businesses and consumers alike. Now, although the Consumer Price Index rose slightly to 128.9 points from 127.7 in September, the pace of increase is slower, suggesting inflation is cooling, but not enough to ease economic strain. Yes. This is where we are right now. A lot of the policy and reformation works of the administration, it's always in the news, it's always there, and people are attesting to the fact, government are attesting for that. Okay, these reforms are working. The economy is seeing a better light on the day. Okay, inflation is going down. Statistics and books and data is showing that. But at the end of the day, we are looking at how is this going to reflect in purchasing power. Not just the common man, purchasing power of both businesses and individuals. Yes. Then somebody will say at the end of the day, what is the food on the table like?
You can't talk about inflation without talking about, a school of thought says you can't talk about inflation in Nigeria without talking about President Olusegun Obasanjo. He was the one that started the journey to inflation for Nigeria. How? He was the one that created 500 naira notes and 1,000 naira notes. The bringing in of 1,000 naira notes under its regime of 8 years has been the journey to the decline of the naira, because 1,000 naira notes took out the power of 5 naira, 10 naira, 20 naira. And as every administration comes in, it's the same thing. And
naira started declining long before.
No, I'm just telling you.
Administration.
No, when Obasanjo came, you could use 1 naira, you could use 2 naira, then he turned them to coins. So he now made it like a children's toy, which was fine. But as soon as 1,000 naira came out, 1 naira became valueless. 2 naira became valueless. 5 naira was still of a little bit of value. During Yaradua's time,
was it the printing of the money or the
printing of the money started to reduce, because when there's not, so in fact there's a school.
Hold on. Is it the printing of the money or the value of the money?
It's the printing of the money.
Which necessitated
because
which?
First, the federal government has to put in monies to print money.
Okay, hold on, Swift. The value of the said currency necessitated the redenomination.
Yes.
Not the redenomination on the value.
No. So this
I don't know if you understand.
I understand now, what you are saying.
We were having a currency that was losing value, and according to their policies and their best intentions at that particular point in time, they say, okay, good. Since we are now spending more, we have to spend more notes. Let's, in their own interest, print higher denominations.
The 1,000 naira was selfish, because a lot of Nigerians kicked against the 1,000 naira, that it was unnecessary. You've started 500 naira in your own regime. Why must you put out 1,000 naira? And that's why when President Goodluck Jonathan was saying he wanted to do,
don't you also think that
5,000
also looking at plans of devaluing the currency at that point in time?
When Goodluck Jonathan came out with the was talking about pushing towards 5,000 naira and 2,000 naira and 5,000 naira. People criticized it. People told him, do not do that. It will further devalue the naira. Why? When you create a new note, the federal government has to take Estaco. They have to take from our foreign reserves to back up and print. Unfortunately, we don't print in Nigeria. Hold on. We print. Wait now.
It's not the printing.
I'm telling you, no, it's not. It's no. I know. We don't print in Nigeria. We print outside the country. So some of the monies that we are supposed to use to back our naira up in our foreign reserves is taken from the foreign reserves to go and print. So automatically, this affects the economy. It looks like, oh, it's not a lot. But when you calculate, when they were doing the breakdown of what Emefiele and Buhari spent redesigning the 1,000 naira note, that was enough to shake the economy.
You and I know that there was a whole lot of corruption involved in
minus
that.
The corruption.
There is a whole lot of...
See, what we are saying is, what I'm saying, the figure, issues. At the end of the day, they stole, they did not steal, this was not the right amount. The figure that was put out for the redesigning of the naira, for the printing of the naira, when we have printing press in Surulere here,
Swift, hold on.
It became
Swift, we are not talking about
Shomoni. No, I'm telling you, it's enough to shake the economy.
Can we come back to
We are coming back. No, I'm still on the inflation matter.
Okay.
This is where I'm coming from. So there's a school of thought that claims that if the federal government can do away with 1,000 naira note and take us back to 500 naira notes, it would give our naira some value.
How will it give your naira some value?
Good.
What value comes with production? Hope you know.
We agree.
It's not the
we
note.
Agree.
The
Hold
value
on,
is not in the
hold
note.
on now. We agree.
Okay.
Now, compared to during Buhari's regime, our manufacturing is up with almost 40 to 50% of what we're doing, meaning that most of the products that we eat in Nigeria now, compared to before that they were being imported, it is now being manufactured here. Petroleum products that 100% was being imported before is now being imported in Nigeria. It's now being produced and refined in Nigeria. And
You're talking about now?
Yes,
okay.
now.
Okay.
So automatically, our naira is supposed to be stronger. Why is our naira still not stronger? It comes to the fact that, one, we do not have a pricing control. So, for example, fuel prices have come down. In those days, I was telling somebody, $1 was 1.8.
It's not in those days, it's just some months ago.
Some months ago, good. Dollar over a year, anyways. Dollar was 1,008. Bread that was 300, 400, 500 went up to 1.3 because they said they import yeast or whatever.
Not the wheat.
The wheat and a bit of yeast and all that. And this is causing the increase in price. Dollar has now come down to 1.514. Let's say at most we are doing black market 1.6. How come bread prices have not come from one whatever? Because people are that's
Swift, do me a favor. Be specific. Bread is being sold for 1,300 or something. It started when the naira went to 1.8. A particular brand is selling for 1.8, 1.9.
No, what I mean is this bread went to 1.3 when the naira was fighting with the dollar at 1,800. Now the naira has been on 1,450, 1,500 for the past 8 months. Why has bread not come down? And this is what they are talking about, the inflation prices.
You answered yourself on that.
Yes.
You said something about the Consumer Pricing Board. We have a consumer protection board.
Agency.
Now, you know yourself. This is what we're always saying.
Let's talk to Menga.
You know yourself.
I know you want to talk to
the Consumer Price Board.
Your people.
You know yourself.
Your people.
We have not seen them work or act
in action
here. We've not seen people say, okay, a lot of the markets are deregulated, but pricing should at least be and have some elements of control. We should not, okay, good. If fuel is going to increase, is because crude has increased in this market. We can be able to calculate that it's going to go, it's not going to go beyond this. But what role are you playing? Inflation and prices of food. Who exactly is winning? Is it just the data or the table? Benga is around, and let's bring him to be part of this conversation. Hello, Benga, how are you doing?
Hello, good morning. How are you?
morning, Benga.
Good morning,
Yeah, it's
Sweet.
nice.
I've been
It's nice to
following
have
the
you. It's
conversation.
nice to have you on, Benga. No, talk to us, Benga. We're looking at inflation. We're looking at decreasing data on inflation from 20 something some almost last year to 18 some months back to 17 point something to looking at it about almost 16 now. Yes, it's coming down, but yet our purchasing power is not smiling when it comes to these data that are reducing. What exactly are you going to point and say this is what we are holding responsible for this?
Well, there are a lot of things to hold responsible for why, despite the increase in the government's efforts to bring down inflation rate, we are not seeing it in our purchasing power. First and foremost, the work is not yet fully done, everywhere. For example, it still costs about another 350,000 naira extra apart from your cost of fueling to transport your food from Sokoto to Lagos. And that 350,000 naira is the amount of money you provide and all the other people that you meet on the road so that your good gets here. And that adds to the overall cost of the product that gets to Lagos on the one part. Then on the other part is the issue of, you've spoken about consumer protection, where our consumer protection agencies are not up and out there to monitor things in the market to understand the psychology of things. Because like the inflation rate you have said, I remembered earlier this year, I bought a bag of flour for around 80,000 thereabouts. But I heard, I have not bought recently, I heard recently that a bag of flour is about 35, 40,000 naira. And like Swift has been alluding earlier on, you should expect the price of bread to have reduced. And it is because a lot of people want to maximize profit, and so they will pretend as if all is not well. But don't let us also forget that on the one part, it is not just bread it's not just food that's responsible for the production of bread. What about payment of staff salary, electricity costs, and other costs attached here and there? How well are they used? I think there's still a lot more that's not also that the inflationary decrease that we are witnessing at the moment is seasonal. This is harvesting season right now. A lot of food products have been harvested and a plenty market right now. So let us not say it is. Let's keep our fingers crossed and work whether this reduction in inflation will stand the test of time. No doubt, the government effort has been paying off and ensure that we get to where we are right now.
Okay, thank you very much, Bega. We are having a little bit of challenge with your audio, and we'll try to sort that out and get back to you. Now, we're looking at things that are also affecting some of the prices, like Benga said. Services, apart from goods, now services. The price of services are not going down, and a lot of this is also, in one hand, connected to goods itself, logistics.
Inflation.
Say inflation.
Yes.
Logistics. Mega talked about transportation. Let's look at healthcare, pharmaceuticals. A lot of all these products, power is also there. None of them, the prices and what we pay, both businesses and citizens pay, is not coming down, even with the inflation that is coming down. So these are directly affecting my pocket, your pockets, because the amount of money I'm making or being paid is not increasing as much as these services.
Like I said,
are increasing.
Like you said, our customer protection council, they're an issue. They need to be seated. They need to have a seat on this table, and they need to tell us what they are doing, because they are the challenge. So, for example, I realized that I went to the market and goods have gone up by 50 naira. Spaghetti is up by 50 naira, some 100 naira. I was trying to buy turkey, and the lady was telling me that this was just on Sunday here, that everything is going up. And we laughed, and she said, you know there's Christmas coming. Now, there are saboteurs who intentionally do this. Last year in Nigeria was one of the first years in Nigeria in over 8 to 9 years that during Christmas there was no fuel scarcity because the federal government during this administration made a conscious effort. But transportation still went up because this is who we are. We know that people are going to travel from Lagos to Benin.
It's supply and demand.
It's not so. It is just, look, it's just, but if we have a regulatory board
okay,
who sits, so for example, from Lagos to Ibadan couldn't go up. Why? Lagos state government was giving out free train tickets to Ibadan. Okay. And they had some cars that they control. And so a lot of people, instead of going to enter the buses, they went and waited for the train because I think from 20th to 30th, there were free train passes to Ibadan. So why am I going to pay? Ibadan that used to, let's say, be 3,000 to 5,000 before, did now went to 15,000 because I'm traveling home. So I'll just go and wait for a train. There was a crowd, there was a queue, but they got home. Now, this is what the Protection Price Council is supposed to do. I can understand that, okay, there's a burden, 1,000 here, 2,000 here, but by the time you increase the fare from Lagos to Benin, that used to be 20,000 naira to 45,000 naira, because you know people want to travel home to see their loved ones, they want to carry food stuff home. I think that's man's inhumanity to man. That's the first thing. And this is one of the causes, I'm sorry, we are coming back to this inflation. This is part of the reasons why we have this. Until the Tinubu administration, because they have done a lot. They have done a lot for the economy. But like people say, if we cannot see it in the daily lives of our people, we cannot see bread go down. We have seen foodstuff go down. Garri, rice,
I hope you know
tomato,
it's harvest season.
Pepper. We know. But there was a time under President Muhammadu Buhari's time, during the peak of tomato harvest season, tomatoes were still selling for so much. And someone did a video where some particular agencies were stopping people bringing tomatoes from the north, buying it off them and throwing it into the bush so as to keep the prices in Mile 2 at a 60,000 naira per basket or 80,000 naira per basket.
Okay. We look forward to being able to have both businesses and individuals benefit of the policies and the economic issues and developments that happen in the country. We keep hearing from authority and from the presidency that we are turning the corner. We really want to see that corner that we are turning, and we want to benefit off that corner that we are turning. We want to stop shedding tears, and we want to see purchasing power grows. CPI should not just be a data. It should be on the table, and we'll have better and better businesses and better individuals and better services that are affordable. We'll go on a very short break. When we return, SBL will be right here. Remember, follow us. Go to all social media platforms. SOUQ Television. Go follow again, like, share, and share again. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Think Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Petrol said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
In Africa, and there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. This Dangote's unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dangote and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dangote, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignited his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one would ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dangote, but his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines rare intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
needs to first of all be rebranded.
Petrol said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizens. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape. Welcome back. It's still SVL and we are talking. Remember, be part of the conversation. So go to our social media handles and drop your comment. Our next story has to do with Dangote. Now, he's saying that the tariff suspension is not behind the fuel price drop. Dangote Petroleum Refinery has denied that the recent drop in petrol pump prices was caused by the federal government's suspension of a 15% import tariff. In a statement on Monday, the company said the price reduction stemmed from its own decision to review PMS premium motor spirit prices downward on November 6th. Described any attempt to link the price adjustment to import duty deferment as misleading and inaccurate. The refinery added that the move by marketers to lower pump rates came only after it had already slashed both gantry and coastal prices. The clarification comes amid public debate over what triggered the latest round of price relief at fuel stations. Following government announcement regarding fuel import taxes, Dangote stressed that its independent pricing strategy was aimed at supporting market stability and had no connection with the policy shift. This is where we found ourselves. This is where we are. This is what we look forward to for a market that needs to be dynamic. But Dangote alone cannot play in this space. And we have the much dynamism that we want to see. So it now looks as if it's just Dangote versus importers versus Dangote. Let's have 2-3 more people come into this space.
You know that I'm a big fan of Dangote. I admire him, but at this point, Uncle, you shot yourself in the leg. I'm sorry, I apologize. Because we saw you increase the price of fuel by 20 naira or so when there was a 15%. We saw marketers, of course, by the time they added their profits and margins and import clearing or whatever, we saw fuel go back to 980, 970. And we saw you, Dangote, we saw your fuel stations who receive petroleum products from you directly, MSR, selling at 920. Now, the federal government has made a swift move because if the federal government did not do this Christmas would not be dirty. There will be fuel price. People will be selling as much as 1315 in the south and southwest and southeast, other places. And so the federal government has made that swift move and they have taken it down. And we now saw the importers decided to now shame him by now reducing the price of what they were importing. And suddenly Baba has reduced his price.
But he is saying no, that he reduced his
price.
That's
what we are saying. But he increased his price.
Did he increase
I
his supply
price? MRS.
Okay, now, if you remember before now, we were asking this particular question. If the refinery is selling at a reduced price, why are the pump stations selling at a higher price? Because at that point in time, his prices were down, but the pump stations were not reflecting his prices.
What's the MRS?
That was supposed to be affiliated to him.
That's the one I don't look out for any other one. I always look out for them. Because
he is not responsible for MRS.
It's the same thing we are saying. They are supposed to be brother and sister in arms. So if they now increase, because the day I saw the MRS was selling at 920.
At the point at which he reduced his supply price, MRS still did not reduce.
That's what we are saying. So it means that he has not been able to take control of this relationship properly the way we expected him to.
The relationship with MRS?
Yes, and which is coming down to what Benga had said.
Okay, is it relationship with MRS or we are still having that issue of price control?
It is the relationship to MRS. Leave price control first.
Is he going to be the one to tell MRS, don't sell above this?
Now, initially, there was this facade he created, which we are beginning to see there is a facade that, look, we and MRS, we are we are giving you what I supply MRS at, they sell at that price. Don't forget, when he had issues with Pengassin, he said something. He said he wants to determine what pump prices are. So he was giving us the impression that when he gives you fuel at $8.20 per liter, he has already given you a markup that you shouldn't sell more than $8.30. And those were one of the things he claimed that Pengassin people wanted to collect at $8.20 and still go and sell at $8.90 or $900, and he was saying no to.
Okay.
So now, you have now said all this. We are loving on you. Yes. Then suddenly, the people that you are linked to, not now the third party, which is Pengassin, they are now selling at $9.20. And you are still telling me that your price, that means that the relationship with those people is not good. That means that, Daddy, you have not been straightforward with me. So Dangote is for now, from Nigerians, is kind of on the receiving side.
From your end or from
no, from a lot of people's school of thought. Because as of 2 weeks ago, now
Dangote doesn't control MRS.
I was giving you that as I went to the market and I realized that everything has gone up a 50 naira, 100 naira. People are affiliating this increase in prices of goods to these 2 weeks. MRS selling at $9.20.
Okay. Should we be looking forward to a BUA joining the fray?
We have begged them. In fact, on this table, Priya has begged. In fact, we have challenged South governors, because Southwest governors are already looking at building one in Akure, which God will not allow enemies to come against. It will go up. Now,
that is coming from the former Senate president.
Yes. Now we are. Now we are pushing.
And that's going to take between 4 to 6, 8 years.
Good. Now we are pushing our people in the South, our governors there, that they should all join hands. At least we are very proud of our Big Daddy Bori. He's out now. He's a free man and he has been given a presidential pardon. Please, let's put some monies together. Let him motivate, because he has a way of rallying the younger governors in South. He's an elder statesman that is well respected. The Donald Dukes, they shouldn't just be thinking of carnivals. Can we put monies together and build our own South refinery? And so that it will challenge my brothers in the North to do so. So if Dangote has one in Akure, he's competing with one in Port Harcourt, he's fighting one in Kanu, we expect that fuel prices should be about 500, because there was somebody that did an analysis on one of these channels, and when he did costing price from different countries, fuel is supposed to be sold as low as 500 to 600 naira.
Okay, while Swift is of the opinion, is her opinion, that fuel is supposed to be sold for 500 to 600 naira.
A school of thought. That's what I told. Someone did an analysis.
Based on that
not
analysis?
Me, based on that analysis.
And based on that school of thought?
Yes.
500 to
and he's a petroleum engineer. He works hand in hand with the marketers.
But he doesn't import?
No.
Okay, good. So now, for the importers that are making the profits, I know definitely you're not losing, because if you're losing, you'll be importing. And to Dangote, remember that we are all Nigerians. We want to see your business thrive. We want to see business go forward, but we want to see prices also come down. That is what affects us, and it trickles down to every other thing. Now, let's get straight to what's happening with Nigeria and Africa trade. Now, Nigeria's trade with other African countries surged to 4.82 trillion in the first half of 2025, up from over 600 billion during the same period last year, according to Nigeria Customs Service. Controller General Bashir Adewale Adeniyi disclosed that the figures on Monday during the Custom Partnership for African Cooperation in Trade, CPAC. The event happened in Abuja. He said the sharp increase reflects Nigeria's growing integration within the African Continental Free Trade Area and improvement in border corporations and digital customs operation. The rise also points to renewed interest in intra-African commerce, driven by efforts to reduce dependency on external markets. Now, we've talked about this for as long as I can remember. If Africa needs to grow the way Africa is looking forward to growing, we have to trade more with ourselves than we are trading with Europe as we speak right now, or other non-African continents. Yet, we find it difficult erecting borders that should not be, and pride and egos that are hitting us left, right, center. This is a plus for us.
Yes.
Bit from 600 to almost times 4 point something. But let's not also forget that the Naira devaluation has to play in this too.
Yes.
But even with that, we still have a huge margin of increase. How can we make this better? How can we go from the trillion to the billions in dollars? That is what we want to start seeing. Trade between Nigeria and other African countries.
So the first thing is, you've noticed that Nigeria has been very conscious about our border control, our border security, and this is why we can see this margin and we can see this profit, because if your customs are not active on the border, you do not know, you cannot really account for how much is coming in and how much is going out. So, for example, if somebody smuggles in 100 bags of rice, it means that it is not, the country is not recording the 100 bags of rice. But if there's a security, the customs are doing their work and they record the 100 bags of rice, then this is what we can now equivalent, or we can put the equivalent that, okay, this is the trading that has come in. This is the first instance.
Okay, but when you're giving these examples, let's look at 100 bags of rice planted or harvested in an African country. Not 100 bags of rice coming from Asia, landing in a port in Benin, and now following the bush and coming to Nigeria.
I'm so sorry to disturb, to break that bubble. For now, Africa, we are almost all the African countries, 70% of what comes in that we produce, from oil to cocoa to precious stones, we only manage to do about 20 to 30% refining. The remaining are taken abroad. For example, when we used to talk about cocoa, when we see that, in fact, the statistics shows that cocoa is a 1 trillion manufacturing economy or profit making, and that the countries that are making profits, Africa gets less than 2% of that amount of profit from cocoa, and they are the highest. Africa produces almost 60 and 70% of cocoa. So it just boils down to Ghana gets something, it's 20% refined, and you send it abroad and they bring it back. We are still struggling with that. We are trying as African nations, but let's
when can our try go beyond try?
I like the way you're asking me these questions. The last time I checked, I was not at the OAU conference. I was not at the International Trade Conference.
We need to start calling ourselves out. That's why we are on this team. We need to start calling ourselves
out. I agree.
Nigeria, thanks to Dangote refinery, we've seen that we can actually get oil from our African brothers. Angola, Senegal, even if it's not that much. And Dangote has to go import crude from the US. What happened to Angola when we can do that? What happened to Gambia? What happened to Senegal? What happened to some other offshore drilling platforms that we might not even be importing? We can just go there and invest. There is enough for us to trade amongst ourselves and not wait for powers outside to determine and tell us who to trade with, or whose walls should come up or whose walls should go down. We have Ghana, like you talked about cocoa. Yes. What happened to, if Ghana cannot process their cocoa?
They do have.
But not as much as we want to see.
Like I said, so there are certain things that have always been. One, our borders. Fortification of borders will make trade better. So we can now
bring down the borders, not just...
No.
We have the African Free Continental Trade Agreement
what
right
I mean
now.
by the fortification of borders is, let us know. So, for example, if in all African countries, the only goods that you take to another African countries are products that are strictly produced by you. If this happens...
That's what's supposed to be.
That's what I'm saying. So if this happens, you will see that there will be a boost. So, for example, a friend of mine was telling me, Ghana now has a very big cocoa manufacturing plant, and they make chocolates. Good. But my friend was saying that when you get there, and you even say, oh, I want to buy these Ghanaian chocolates, that you will see even the Ghanaians, some of them will be telling you that, oh, there are other foreign ones, you may just prefer the taste. She said that she was telling them, we are looking at buy Nigeria because she came from the diaspora and she's very African. She was like, no, we are pushing strictly Africa. I'm tired of chocolates abroad. I want to eat, real chocolates here. She said they were looking at her funny, and she was like, until we start, the next thing we need to do in Africa to, you know, increase this our trade is PR. A lot of the fast foods, things we take from Europe that we feel are big deals, it is because they have been put that way. America is America not because they have anything. They are America because they have said, oh, they are God's own country. They are the strongest country in the world. So imagine if Nigeria, if Africa, you have that chocolate from Ghana, and you tell everybody this is more healthy than the chocolate that is coming in from Paris. It's pure cocoa. It helps with when you eat this chocolate, you won't add tummy weight, and there are adverts. Our celebrities are doing this. Now, also, we are talking, and this collaboration comes from some problems that we have had. I think 2 months ago, what's the name of this? Not Ramsey Noah, this other dark guy that kicks everybody. G-Mike was talking about what caused the issue between Nigeria and Ghana when they came together and they were acting movies together, and there was a very nice bond, and suddenly out of pride and some other issues, they started having that collapse. Now you can imagine with that collaboration, Ghanaian actors are saying, oh, this Nigerian product, fantastic. Nigerian people are saying, oh, this is fantastic. Republic of Benin. It will reduce what we are buying. So the next thing the governments need to do, all the intertrade, African Trade Union, OAU or AU, we need to look at PR, how to push Africa forward, how to say goods that are made in Africa are stronger than those made in China. They are the best. Put it out there. Make it become the new cool. Because once something is the new cool, everybody gravitates towards it. It's a game of mind and a game of numbers. We already have the numbers, and that's why our music is doing so well. Africans have been able to take our music out there and say, this is the new cool. If you are not listening to, if you are not jumping on an Ashake song, who are you? And we are seeing people like Travis Scott, because we have been able to package our artists and say, this is all we are going to listen to. Africans in diaspora, when they go to the clubs, if you're not playing African music, they'll step out. And so Europeans go like, oh, the more Africans come and you're banging African music. That's what we need to start doing with our food, our petroleum products. And this will not just intensify the trading, it would help. Then the final thing we need to look at is we need to embrace our culture, clothing, fabric. How can Ankara, for example, I was in the market the other day trying to buy fabric, and our Ankara is being brought in from China. Nowadays, even our Ashoke is being brought in from China. What's going on here? As far back as then, MKO Abiola had one of the biggest textile manufacturing companies. Now we are talking about manufacturing. People are shouting, as much as we want to do oil and gas, can Africans, real Africans, establish manufacturing companies? Let's sell. And I hear it's not only in Nigeria, even in Ghana now, they are Kente is being brought in from China. What's going on here?
China is serious.
What's going on here?
Let's take this to heart. And for those borders that we need to break down, let's break them down. And for every single word you heard from Swift, let's really take them to heart. Call ourselves out, get serious, and get business moving. We must produce, we must trade amongst ourselves to see us move forward. Now let's get to some other particular story that is not too savory to the tongue. It has to do with power shutdown. Electricity workers are threatening nationwide strike over assault. National Union of Electricity Employees, they are threatening a nationwide shutdown after police officers allegedly assaulted and abducted workers of Transmission Company of Nigeria in Imo State. According to a statement by Acting General Secretary Dominic Ikwe BK, armed officers stormed the Ebu 132-133 kV transmission substation. They vandalized equipment and held staff at gunpoint. Some workers were reportedly taken to an unknown location, prompting immediate outrage from the union. Now, they describe this action as barbaric and unacceptable, blaming the Imo State authorities for instigating the attack. It directed members to withdraw power supply operations in Imo pending the resolution, and warned of broader industrial action if safety concerns remain unaddressed. Now, when are we going to cease seeing issues like this crop up? Because this is not just about Imo State. This is about businesses that will go without power.
Exactly.
And now have to pay extra to power
and
those businesses.
Households too.
Households too. But at the end of the day, the extra cost is going to the consumer at the end of the day.
Bam.
So if we talk about business, talk about development, we need to see facilities that work. I want to see people that follow law and abide by it.
So unfortunately, this drives home close. I remember about 2 years ago, a very good friend of mine, her husband used to work with one of these electric companies, and every day he's going to work. She said she really used to pray that God will keep you, and and he was going to Ikorodu, that's where his collection was, go see people. There was a time that somebody stabbed him with, I think, not a knife, a screwdriver. Why? And the man was an old man in his 70s. They went there to check his meter, and he said that they should not check his meter, and blah, 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 blah. And he came, and and the guy is a very calm guy. So the guy was like, Daddy, Daddy, we are not doing, and before he knew, the guy had, thank God that was not very sharp, but he was bleeding, and they recorded it, and so they said they were going to call the police, arrest the guy. But at the Nigerian factor, everybody started kneeling down, everybody started begging, and so they said they should delete the videos, which I think was unfortunate, which they did. By the time he got home, about a week later, he started feeling more pains. They had to go, for scan and all that. It wasn't internal bleeding, but the guy had, really injured him inside. So this is not just somebody this is someone I know. So when I read the story that they want to go on strike, why other people were like, hey, it's good for police to beat them. I know I laugh at them because some of them can be very naughty and all that. But these are people's husbands, these are people's brothers, these are people's sisters. And unfortunately, they are being attacked because of the way the country is. In more developed countries, if it's not just putting up meters, if your meter, your power can be monitored from the office, as soon as you try and tap, the office is alerted that somebody is doing this. And under less than 2 hours, you see a van come and they say, good morning, sir. We realize that there's a bad flow. That's what they do in all civilized countries. How much does it really take to effect this thing? It's not a lot of money. A lot of money has been put into the effect. But unfortunately, there are some people who keep making money for this thing. So I was giving an instance with one of the electrical companies in Nigeria. This guy was actually working with one of their so they are a contractor to those people. So they go out there to make money, and at the end, this one shares with the main electrical company instead of that electrical company being fully in charge. So they are remote workers, but they are not their workers. Anyway, the guy has got a new job. As soon as he got a new job, the wife went to church to testify that the fear of her husband being beaten every day, and it's because he's coming home to say, they broke Lagbaja's head, though. They almost busted our bus tire yesterday. So it is just very sad about the attacks. Now, the question is, what can be done by government? One, government should put in more monies and ensure that...
Should government keep putting more money in that sector?
So this is what I'm saying. Government should put in more monies first. They say you must give to get quality service.
Okay.
They should put in more monies.
Hold on, Swift. We see service delivery that is not working or is epileptic. And we now see a population that is a bit frustrated with that service delivery. And the pricing also is an issue. And we see people that take out their frustration on people that are supposed to deliver this service.
I agree.
In the way or manner you take that out, we are 100% not in support of it. You have no right to lay your hands on anybody.
Unfortunately, Chooks, you didn't let me land.
Government
must put in money. So they should, this is what they are putting in money for. They should put in money to have global world standards. Standards that once every house must be metered by fire, by force.
We've had
That's
that
what
conversation
no.
and government has even borrowed on that.
One, put in money.
Okay.
Then secondly, pass a law. If your house is not metered, so borrow money and bring in free meters and say, we have done an analysis. There are 500 houses in Lagos Central. We have 600 meters. If your house, come to the metering company, come with your NIN, register for free, and take your meter home. If your house is not metered,
don't pay.
By December, this, you will be arrested and jailed for a month. If people refuse to come and meter you, record them, go there under a week, every electricity company is entitled by fire by force to send people to come and meter you. If you have gone, you have registered, and you have given them a week or 2 weeks and they have refused to come, somebody in that place will be arrested. They will pay for the crime. You will notice that in a month, because this is how Nigerians are. I guess because we were under military rule. Don't forget, we're under a military rule for over 16 years. So people are very used to order. It's the same way you are driving in Lagos traffic and everybody is crazy. Then suddenly you just see all cars start aligning. You move to the front, you see a policeman or a military officer, and then you understand why they are aligning. Also, so you people had sense before. This, like I said, money begets money. So federal government needs to make this. They need to buy the meters. They need to force it. Then after they force it, if you are caught tapping lights, don't pay anything. 3 months in prison. You go and work in federal government farm. Fashola was doing it. They arrest you. You go and work in Lagos State Farm for a month. They'll be videoing you. You'll be clearing. You will harvest cassava. By the time you go home, your neighbors have seen the video. You will not tap light again.
Okay. Now, we have very good policies. Implementation is always the issue. There is the presidential initiative on metering.
Yes.
There is a World Bank also initiative that also collaborated with the presidential initiative. As we speak right now, we are yet to see those meters. We've talked about that story here not once, not twice. During Fashola's time some years back, he gave an instruction: if your house has no meter, don't pay. We should start holding people accountable and responsible for implementation of these policies. Then we'll see things work. People should pay for the power they consume, but they should be able to pay something that we agree upon and say, okay, good, we can't pay this. Not just something that's arbitrary, that you just wake up one morning and say band A, band D, band Z. No.
Before we also run away, the federal government too needs to sit in and find out what is wrong with their parastatals. The other day,
let's ask this question. Should government be in charge of power?
Not just power. The other day, we saw that the Air Force was owing. The Army barracks is owing. Police is owing. So I do not know why this is consistent, why they need to send the money to the barracks. From Abuja, can you just disburse power, disburse water? Because these monies are being deducted from the police officers and the military officers and the Air Force officers. They say it's being deducted from my salary. So why is one person sitting on it and eating this money? Can you just, is this another form of corruption that it will take us another day to just discuss?
Okay. While we look forward to being able to harmonize this so that we have both distribution, transmission, generation working, we also want to make sure that for everybody that is working in any of these places, they are safe. They go to work and they come back. So please do not take laws into your hands. We want businesses to thrive and we want families to live better. Not just praying, knowing fully well that your husband, your wife, your
exactly.
brother is leaving the house.
It is very scary.
Let's not have that. We want businesses to grow. That is where we are heading to. Now, our last story for today. For those that have noticed, the crypto industry, the crypto sector, they've been hit in the last more than a week. For the last few days, Bitcoin took a major tumbling. Over 16, it was in billions. Wall Street had a major hit. And people are ascribing it to major sell-off for risk management as investors hope for a U.S. interest rate cuts dwindle on Sunday. Now, Bitcoin was down, out of 1.59%. That was 2 days ago. As of today, it went below 90 for the first time in a very long time. It's traded about 80-something thousand. 80-something, 90, 80-something, 90. It rebounded 90. But hey, this is where we are. They are very volatile assets, and you should count your cost before you go there. Knowing fully well that for it to go down, people are waiting to buy. That's one funny thing about that particular sector. So know what you're doing. And the drop comes as expectation for the December interest rate cut by the U.S. Federal Reserve fell sharply. Market now estimate only 40% chance of cut compared to 90% earlier in the bond. Higher interest rate tends to weigh on riskier assets like cryptocurrencies, making them less attractive to investors. Bitcoin's price action is closely watched as the barometer of investor sentiment in the broader digital asset market, and volatility is expected to persist as the federal decision nears. Several countries are looking at stocking Bitcoin. The US have done that already. They've legislated on that. They have no issues. They are stocking already. Some other countries, both Asian and Middle Eastern countries, are also stocking right now. The price falling is going to affect a whole lot of people that have invested, but it's also a good news to those that want to buy as it's going down, knowing fully well that it's a limited asset. It's not growing anymore. So where we are right now, do your own analysis. This is not financial advice. We're just
no, because me, I know you are strong on Bitcoin. Unfortunately, I'm one of the people that, I'm not a risk hazard taker when it comes to trading and all that. So I would never put my money on Bitcoin. I know how my stockbroker was saying, no, Bitcoin. And I said, oh, God, don't try yourself. He said, madam, so you can raise your voice. I said, yes. Unfortunately, the markets, we are going to blame, a lot of people have been blaming the US government. It still shows how powerful they are. One small decision here, one turn in here, and look at what is going on. Because when Donald Trump came into power, he was one of the people that, he talked about Bitcoin, they wanted to strengthen Bitcoin, that this is the next. But the way the prices have been going down of late is really, 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 really scary. A lot of people
bullish trends
are claiming there's some insider trading, setting people are removing monies and putting monies and trying to frustrate certain people so that they can rebuy up stock and all that. For me, like I said, I'm not a Bitcoin fan.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for hanging in there with us today. To everyone out there, remember this country belongs to all of us. Nobody's more Nigerian than you. So play your part. Grow your economy and grow our collective economy. My name is SOUQ, Joroja SOUQ. SOUQ News Television is where you should always be. So hey, we'll keep telling you that. Thank you for being here with us.
All right, according to Lil Wayne, if you walk into a room, sense the energy. If the energy is not giving you, you're feeling negative vibes from certain people, then walk away. I want to tell you, walk away from anything that is negative today. My name is Swift Aderito, and do have a beautiful day. And ensure you join us from Monday to Friday on SBL. Bye-bye.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Petrol said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
With the theme, leveraging customs enforcement to enhance revenue generation with transparency and accountability, an ICPC perspective. The lecture, held at the Federal Operations Unit, Zone A, Ikeja, brought together officers of the Nigeria Customs Service and top officials from the ICPC. The Public Relations Officer, A.O. Hussaini, opened the event by introducing dignitaries, followed by welcome remarks from Comptroller M.S. Shuaibu, head of the Federal Operations Unit, Zone A. Assistant Comptroller F.A. Owoni, convener of the session and Zonal Head of Operations for Zone A and C, underscored the significance of the Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit, ACTU, which represents the ICPC within the Customs Service. There was also a brief remark by Mary Omonoya, a Principal Superintendent at ICPC, representing the Resident Anti-Corruption Commissioner, Chukura Alexandra.
My honor to welcome you all to this important engagement on leveraging customs enforcement to enhance revenue generation with transparency and accountability. Today's gathering reflects our shared commitment to building a more robust, responsive, and integrity-driven Nigerian Customs Service.
She charged the NCS to ensure that enforcement activities within the Nigeria Customs Service must be grounded in the principles of accountability and ethical conduct. In her lecture, Dr. Hadiza Rimi, Principal Superintendent PE&E, ICPC Lagos, stressed that public perception, transparency, and quick open accountability remain major obstacles to effective customs operations and public trust.
So we have what we call ACTU, just like you have here, and those people hosting the event today. So the ACTU is responsible in checkmating potholes, or loopholes rather, in MDAs, in ensuring that there's compliance and in ethics in institutions.
Dr. Rimi also drew comparisons between Nigeria and Ghana in Customs Governance Index. Comptroller MS Shuaibu shed more light.
Some average custom officer is, I think, among those that is doing the selfless service. That's why when you see people pushing that they should do this to customs, they are not out of context. We generate revenue. So if you're directing revenue, you are seeing a pass. Okay, like we said, those you think will cut corners. When after cutting their corners, what we try to do, we sanction them. Like I said, I mentioned somebody as that level dismissed. And no organization today in Nigeria that has done that. No organization. I remember when I was in that operation, that is border to 9 officers were dismissed at one time.
He further gave more clarifications to the issues highlighted. When SOUQ News TV asked how the service supports small business exporters, Comptroller MS Shuaibu pointed to recent reforms, including port redesigns for export focus, revitalized rail systems to ease cargo movement, and reduce checkpoints. He urged Nigerian exporters to prioritize global quality standards. He also highlighted perception management strategies by the Customs Service. In his closing remarks, Assistant Comptroller F.A. Owuniyi thanked participants and urged the ICPC to extend similar trainings to officers on the field, not just administrative staff. I am Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
In Nigeria, when you hear technology, innovation, and e-commerce, then you begin to think of the 21st century visionary leaders who have availed us the luxury of connecting with the world without leaving our spaces. Nigeria, alongside some other developing countries, has occupied the tech space, networking and making a brilliant impact around the world, all thanks to people like LSK. I am Grace Komolafe. Join me on the Corporate Maverick as we unveil the journey of a foresighted leader who foresaw the transformation of technology decades ago. The year 2001, known as the third millennium, stands out for some individuals. It was thought like every other regular year to some people as they expressed the excitement that comes with experiencing a new millennium. While many carry on with the feeling of entering the 21st century, some visionary individuals saw it as a strategic period to bet their thought-provoking plans and business goals. Among these visionary leaders and innovators is Leo Stan Eke, founder of Xenox Technology, bringing this tech-oriented company to life in 2001. How much do you know about this tech and business-driven giant? Who is Leo Stan Eke? Dr. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke, popularly known as Leo Stan Eke, is one of Nigeria's dynamic and influential figures, an African entrepreneur born into the family of Ihentuge Eke on February 22, 1956, in Imo State, Nigeria. His mom, a dietitian, and dad, a nurse. His roots is traced back to Ubommiri Mbaitoli, where he was raised in the household that valued education and hard work. His parents instilled in him the values of discipline and perseverance from a young age. It was within this nurturing environment that Eke's entrepreneurial spirit began to take shape. Like many visionaries, Dr. Eke's journey to success was paved with academic excellence. He attended Holy Ghost College in Owerri for his secondary education, where he honed his intellect and ambition. Eke's dream of becoming the biggest transport company owner in Nigeria changed as a result of his encounter in India, where he had his university studies. It was a turnaround moment in his life. In India, he pursued a Bachelor of Science degree in economics from Punjab University, and the exposure to India's vibrant economy left an indelible mark on him and then tilted towards more realistic business ideas. This led him to get full involvement into ICT.
So I'm a very good testimony of an African who started from nothing, okay, and got somewhere, not there, right? Okay, so in summary, I came in here first of all to the University of Nottingham, or Nottingham University. I was in Cork City University, where I was doing computer science, and I wanted to specialize in user interface as a postgraduate course, okay? And the system, which I'm sure still exists in the UK, that you have university counselors who observe you in classes and direct you properly. And they thought since I was going back to Africa, there was no computers. And if I got there, I could be frustrated for another 32 years. So they discussed with my parents, and they wanted to know if I could stay in the UK and continue computer science. I said, no, I was going back to Nigeria. I have passion to change the country, and by extension, the continent.
He later went on to earn a Master of Science in Risk Management from the Exton University of Nottingham, England, further enhancing his acumen in the field. With his tech startups dating back to the 80s, Eke can be put in the bracket of visionaries who saw that ICT would define the world in no distant time. His ICT Solutions company commenced operation in 1989, focusing on desktop publishing and computer graphics. Over the last 3 decades, the company extended operations from Lagos to Port Harcourt and Abuja, implementing several ICT projects across the oil and gas, telecoms, manufacturing, and public sectors.
I started small, like any other entrepreneur you read today. Okay, some started in the garage, okay,
most of them didn't inherit wealth. Now, so how could they have started? You start with your own. During our time, you have to start with your own sweat, okay, until you build get to such a level with a system and structure in place. And then people trust you. But because our kids today pass through business schools, connected to people, okay, and they now want to go from average above, you understand, instead of starting. A lot of us started from -1.
Leo Stan Akers' major hits into the business world commenced with the establishment of Xenox Technology Limited in 2001. With a fervent desire to contribute to Nigeria's technological space, he embarked on a mission to manufacture computers locally. Now a world-class ICT company providing innovative products and solutions. Under his leadership, Xenox Computers have emerged as a trailblazer in the industry, earning accolades for its quality and innovation. One of his notable achievements was the attainment of the Windows Hardware Quality Lab Testing WHQL certification, showing Xenox's commitment to excellence. In 2013, the company made headlines with the launch of its computer tablet line, ZPad, marking another milestone in its illustrious journey. Dr. Akers' entrepreneurial prowess extends beyond the realm of technology. In 2018, his company Xenox made waves with the acquisition of Konga.com, a leading e-commerce platform in Nigeria. This landmark deal underscored Akers' strategic vision and his unwavering dedication to driving innovation in diverse sectors. Konga.com was founded by Sim Shagaya in July 2012 as a third-party online marketplace. 99% of its shares were acquired by Xenox in February 2018. 3 months later, Konga merged with Xenox retail outfit Udala to form the biggest e-commerce company in Africa, retaining the brand name Konga. Leonard Stanley Ake also founded BuyRightAfrica.com Limited in 2008, at a time when credit card and e-payment infrastructures were still strange to many Nigerians. He did this to resolve funding issues for ICT projects and companies. He partnered with international financiers to help Africans acquire technology and compete globally. Some other of his establishments are Technology Distribution Limited, Tax Direct Limited, and iTech Solutions. He is involved in ICT Brokers and ICT Connect.
Okay, but mine had a call. I had a call on the tech sector, and I've been consistent. And if you remember, my first step was to deal with the doubting Thomases, the media people. And it was like an evangelism. If you prove your worth to press people, to media people, because these are the critics of our time, then they follow you. You get to your destination faster. So when I did the whole media houses, transitioning them to digital economy through digital processing, through from typesetting to desktop publishing, computer graphics, okay, and multimedia. Then they started spreading the news. But again, we had to enhance that profile to the corporate world so that people can run offices with data analytics to guide them on advice, projections, okay, and where they're headed to. And then even our election. Okay, so today there would have been crisis in the economy if elections don't have facts and figures. And we did that with the DDC, and then did authentication with a card reader.
If you've come this far, kindly like, comment, and share. Throughout Ake's career, he remained committed to empowering others and fostering socio-economic development. His philanthropic endeavors and advocacy for youth empowerment reflect his belief in the transformative power of entrepreneurship. He launched the Computerized Nigeria project in August 2000, thereby encouraging development and the use of computers. He also launched the Can I scheme, providing affordable laptops to young Nigerians with a repayment plan of 24 months window. Eke's foundation furthers his charitable efforts, supporting various causes with different donations across the country.
Now, I see entrepreneurs trying to live big. Are you with me? Yeah. I see entrepreneurs trying to show off. You must have incubation period. Every successful entrepreneurs are seen to be stingy because they know the value of every dollar spent. But they use the same money to sustain the society. Okay, so I just want to advise Nigerians here. I see a lot of you startups now selling debt. It means technically you are leaving the company. And if I'm an investor, I watch your lifestyle. First of all, I see an entrepreneur, Nigerian entrepreneur, he hasn't started, he has expensive car. Entrepreneurs, startups don't drive the best cars. They hide until they emerge.
He was bestowed with the Icon of Hope Award by former President Olusegun Obasanjo on October 1, 2002. He also got Nigerian Science and Technology Achievers of the Year 2003 and Officer of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria OFR in 2004. Eke is also a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group and holds a life membership Nigeria Institute of International Affairs. He also holds an honorary doctorate in business administration from Imo State University, Owerri, Federal University of Agriculture, Makurdi, Federal University of Technology, Owerri, and the University of Jos. He is a fellow of the Lagos State Polytechnic, Lagos, Federal Polytechnic, Ida, and Federal Polytechnic, Nekede, Imo State.
Leadership is big crisis in the third world. Big subject to discuss. I don't have a complete answer, but as an entrepreneur, I can create platforms for you to decide who should be your leader. But my interest is that I'm excited with this 21st century because this is the only century God did not create any person to be poor. In the past, many were called and few were chosen. In 21st century, many are called and many will be chosen. But you have to decide if you want to be one of those to be chosen.
Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke is married to Chioma Eke, the CEO of Technology Distributions Limited, TD Africa, and together they have raised 3 sons and 2 daughters who are doing well in their respective fields of endeavors, just like their parents. As Dr. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke continues to chart new territories and inspire future generations, it speaks to the limitless potential of the African entrepreneurial spirit. With his visionary leadership and unwavering resolve, Dr. Eke embodies the essence of innovation and resilience, creating indelible marks on Nigeria's business in Africa and humanity. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke.
Today, industry leaders, innovators, and policymakers gathered in Lagos for the African Credit Expo 2025, a major event pushing for stronger financial inclusion and credit access across the continent.
Thank you for joining us.
Held at the Landmark Event Center, the expo carried the theme Empowering Possibilities and brought together players in digital finance, lending, trade and small business development. The opening session set the tone, with organizers emphasizing the expo is more than an event. It's a movement aimed at reshaping Africa's financial future.
You know that Lagos is the biggest economy in Nigeria. It is the biggest in terms of human population. Lagos is a gateway to Africa. Lagos is Nigeria and Africa's pride. We are proud to be Lagosians. Thank you very much. On behalf of the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, and the people of this great state, I extend a warm welcome to all participants, sponsors, and organizers here present today. I acknowledge the visionary credit registry, Nigeria's pioneering credit bureau.
To deepen the conversation around credit access and responsible lending, the special guest of honor and founder of Credit Registry engaged with journalists on the sidelines of the event. Taiwo Ayedu, who also pioneered the Nigeria Private Credit Bureau industry and chairman of the Credit Bureau Association of Nigeria, is known to have played a key role to introducing the BVN system to the Central Bank of Nigeria and other notable reform in the Nigerian financial industry.
Is to basically try to educate Nigerians and Africans eventually to have a level of financial literacy to understand the responsible use of credit. Credit is a very, very empowering tool. Before even we know what is formal credit, we've been borrowing and lending for time immemorial anyway, right? So it's not a new thing. It's just that at scale, there's a need to have systems and infrastructure in place to make credit scale, to make sure that if you're living in Agege, you can take credit in, say, Victoria Island. If you're living in Kano, you can take credit in, say, Anambra State. So information systems that we have created allows that to be possible. Allows lenders to be able to trust Nigerians, so that if they understand that you have a habit of taking loans and paying back, then they're willing to give you credit, okay? And also, we want to make sure that Nigerians don't abuse credit, okay? Because if you use credit irresponsibly, it can also be very damaging. So the goal of African Credit Expo is about financial literacy.
Dr. Sharif Ayedu, MD CEO of Credit Registry Comments, opened the door for a broad conversation on how technology, data, and transparency can reshape Africa's credit culture. She explained that sustainable credit growth depends on systems that help people to understand their financial behavior and make informed decisions. Her insights highlighted both the urgency and the opportunity within Africa's evolving credit landscape.
We're so happy to welcome definitely the fourth estate here to the Africa Credit Expo. This is our third edition of the expo, and this expo is honestly to really live our brand promise. Our brand promise at Credit Registry is to connect, trust, and empower. And this event allows for us to connect all the various stakeholders that we do business with, from the lenders, the regulators, the individual consumers, the entrepreneurs. We bring them all together on this platform so they can trust one another and then empower each other to be able to have strong financial transactions.
After the ceremony, participants dived into a full lineup of master classes, workshops, and seminars designed to demystify credit and provide practical knowledge on financial management, business growth, and trade opportunities. Panels also spotlighted the role of digital tools, fintech, innovation, and responsible lending in expanding economic participation. The expo floor was buzzing with activities as vendors displayed new financial tools, credit tracking platforms, and SME support products. Sponsors and partners, including credit bureaus, digital lenders, insurance firms, and payment companies, reaffirmed their commitment to supporting financial growth on the continent. The day wraps up with a networking and cocktail hour, a chance for entrepreneurs, investors, and innovators to form partnerships that could shape Africa's financial future. Oyimprie Joseph Kromale, SOUQ News Television.
In the thick green lawns of southern Nigeria, beneath towering trees and amidst age-old traditions, grows a fruit as bitter as truth, but as valuable as gold. It's called bitter kola, known scientifically as Garcinia kola. This small brown nut hides layers of history, health, and hidden wealth. To the untrained eyes, it's just a bitter snack chewed by others or hawked in traffic. But to the world of herbal medicine, pharmaceuticals, and agro-export, bitter kola is a plant of promise, a potent gift of the rainforest. Across communities in Ondo, Cross River, Edo, and the southeast, bitter kola has long been used for its medicinal properties, antibacterial, anti-inflammatory, and antiviral. In traditional medicine, it's a cure for cough, a guardian of the liver, a friend of fertility. But beyond tradition, global demand is rising. Researchers abroad are exploring its use in managing glaucoma, boosting immunity, and even fighting viruses. And while many countries import, Nigeria stands tall as a natural home of bitter kola. Yet, like gum arabic, most of our bitter kola is exported raw. No branding, no packaging, no processing. Just sacks of potent sent abroad for a fraction of what they are worth. Imagine this, a local SMA producing organic bitter kola supplements, branded extracts for the global herbal market, or dried sliced kola shipped to Europe, Asia, America, or capsules, oil, tea, cosmetics from a tree right in your backyard. If you're a youth, entrepreneur, or agro-lover, here is how to plug in. 1. Harvesting. Locate local trees or cultivate them. They thrive in humid forests. In 2022 alone, Nigeria exported over 160 metric tons of bitter kola, generating an estimated 2.6 billion naira in export earnings, according to trade reports. But experts believe this is just scratching the surface. For small players, even processing 10 kg into powder or capsules can fetch a tidy margin, selling at 10,000 naira to 15,000 naira per kilo, locally as organic herb supplements. Now we go to 2, drying and preservation. Proper storage is key for export quality. At the local level, 1 sack of properly dried bitter kola, about 50 kg, can sell for 100,000 to 120,000 naira, depending on quality and market. Value addition. When grinded into powder, guided by professional knowledge, it could be infused into oil or capsule for supplements. Now we go to marketing and export. Target diaspora communities, herbal industries, and wellness markets. Exporters in Lagos or Port Harcourt resell the same quantity internationally for $600 to $800 per sack, especially in markets like the US, UK, and China. Research and innovation, that's another clue. Collaborate with local labs to explore new uses. Larger-scale processors targeting international wellness markets with branded products can make millions monthly, especially with a consistent supply, packaging, and certifications like NAFDAC or FDA approval. Of course, there are challenges such as deforestation, lack of processing equipment, low awareness, and inconsistent market structures. But where there is a bitter kola 3, there is opportunity waiting to be unlocked. With cooperatives, training, youth-focused agro schemes, and export incentives, bitter kola could be Nigeria's next agro star, sitting silently, waiting to be noticed. So next time you see a wrinkled nut by the roadside, don't just think bitter. Think business. Think export. Think legacy. Cash can be crafted not only in the offices, but in the orchard, in a forest, and in forgotten fruits. This is Grace Komolafe bringing you clues from the quiet corners of commerce. I'll see you again next time. Schizophrenia is a severe mental illness that profoundly affects an individual's thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. Those with this illness often experience a disconnection from reality, which can be distressing not only for the individuals themselves, but also for their families and friends. The symptoms include delusions, hallucinations, disorganized thinking and speech, and abnormal motor behavior. Delusions are persistent false beliefs, often paranoid in nature, while hallucinations involve perceiving things that are not present, with auditory hallucinations being the most common. Disorganized thinking can lead to incoherent speech, and abnormal behavior may range from erratic movements to catatonia. The term schizophrenia was coined in 1911 by Swiss psychiatrist Eugene Buehler, combining the Greek words schizo, which means split, and phren, which means mind. This term reflects the fragmented thinking and mental confusion characteristics of the disorder. Schizophrenia remains a complex and multifaceted condition that can severely impact all aspects of a person's life when symptoms are acute. It has a lifetime prevalence of approximately 14.5 per 1,000 people in the UK, with variation across different estimates. It commonly emerges in late adolescence to early adulthood.
Nigeria occupies a 18th position on the World Coconut Production Index and produced about 225,526 metric tons of coconut in 2021, according to data from the Food and Agricultural Organization, FAO. Lagos, which produces half of the output, has doubled production from 70,000 tons to 140,000 tons in 2 to 3 decades to meet the demand. The number of registered coconut processors in Lagos State jumped from 500 to 3,000 in 5 years, 2024, according to the farmers. The chairman and founder of First African Coconut Company Limited, Mr. John Bede Antonio, has said that lifestyle and healthy living are fueling a huge demand for coconut products locally and globally. Antonio noted that the huge demand has spurred investments across the value chain as farmers were growing more coconuts to meet the rising demand. He added that Lagos State was also promoting support in the form of seedlings and training of new entrants of farmers. Coconut farmers were now replacing old trees with hybrid seedlings that brought fruits quicker. Coconut has numerous uses. It serves as a raw material for industries such as pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, food and beverage, with limitless domestic and export potential. The most sought-after component of the fruit is coconut water, which is very rich in potassium and other electrolytes. It is considered a health drink and recommended for diabetes patients, among others. It is grown in 22 of Nigeria's 36 states, with Lagos having the largest population. The use of coconut oil and other derivatives is growing daily, owing to benefits, according to Mr. Olakunlehin Oladapo, General Manager of Lagos State Coconut Development Authority. According to him, this is driving local production of coconut, with more people coming into the cultivation, processing, and marketing of the cash crop across the major growing states. Oladapo stated that despite the production increase, the state was still unable to meet the demand likely covered by imports from neighboring countries. Increasing demand is driving new investments into the production and processing of coconut in the country, so says Idowu Agbelekale, the National Financial Secretary of the National Cocoa Producers, Processors and Marketing Association of Nigeria. She explained that entrepreneurs were already exporting some of the byproducts of the crop on a small scale. Agbelekale called on the government to assist in boosting the production of the crop to enable it to earn foreign exchange for the country, saying that Nigeria was here to fully harness the economic benefits from growing the crop despite its huge potential. Also, the Lagos State government was helping farmers to get improved seedlings as it planned to stay ahead in growing the commodity in the country while creating jobs and boosting supply for processors. Coir, the fiber from coconut husk, is used in making ropes, rugs, mats, brushes, caulking for boats, and stuffing for fiber mattresses. The fronds, the leaves, are used for brooms, cooking squares, woven into mats, or burnt to ash to yield lime. Husk and shells are a source of charcoal and can be used for fuel. Ms. Chune Chukwu, an accountant with a manufacturing firm in Ikeja, told me that she started using coconut oil on her hair in 2022, owing to its health benefits, and has not applied any other oil to her hair since then. The increased demand is being felt across industries that use it as raw materials, suggesting that the price will continue to surge according to experts. The prices of coconut has increased by over 100% from an average of 250 naira in January 2024 to an average of 500 naira for a small size currently, according to our survey. There is hope in the coconut. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo, early into the Adeliji-Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
The National Assembly, in collaboration with the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, held a 5-day national capacity building workshop on treaties, agreements, and protocols for federal MDAs, with the theme Enhancing Institutional Capacity for Effective Treaty Negotiation, Implementation, and Oversight in Nigeria. Honorable Barrister Rabiu Yusuf, Chairman of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols, and Agreements in the 10th Assembly, highlighted the importance of strengthening the skills of key government officials in treaty processes.
At this particular moment of our country, we need a situation whereby all the stakeholders involved in external engagement with other countries, particularly state and federal governments, and mostly MDAs of the at national level, to ensure that they are aware, they know what it takes, they know how it will be, and they know what it takes to ensure the institutionalized democracy and the legal approach as far as ratification, engagement, domestication of treaties. That is why the 10th National Assembly, under the able leadership of the Right Honorable Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, mandated our committee, pursuant to Section 12, Sub 2 of the Constitution, that we should reach out to all necessary stakeholders who are personally stakeholders on this engagement to ensure they know how it takes and they know how to execute it. Basically, that is the reason we are conducting this exercise.
Actually, I think there is no point for me to deliver my remark at this time, because I'm very much aware that my remarks have been delivered yesterday in distinction. So in either words, I will just say I really sincerely appreciate your presence in this program, and I believe it will go far in helping the system, stimulating the system, and work for the Nigerian progress. So I wish you a fruitful discussion and a successful outcome. Thank you very much.
The major challenge, everybody is going silo, in the sense that we are not trying to bring ourselves into the same table to ensure that before you find any entity, be it state, local governments, or federal entity, as far as engagement is concerned with other outside worlds, you need to know there are provisions of the Constitution which you need to comply. Failure to comply with that provision of the Constitution, whatever you do, it will go to a nullity, invalid, and is inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. And to the extent of that inconsistency, it is null and void and of no effect whatsoever. So we're trying to avoid this scenario whereby at national level or at international fora, Nigeria will be embarrassed because the stakeholders, the principal actors, they didn't even know what they are doing. So that is why we decided at this particular moment it is ripe and necessary to ensure that we engage with unnecessary stakeholders. That is the basic reasons for engaging these activities. Actually, I recommend their effort to any other entity, because if you can see, most of them, they are legal luminaries. They know their audience, they know what they are doing. So I really appreciate, they did a very wonderful job. And I sincerely appreciate. That's the main reason that I say I need to be here in Lagos, at least to supervise the happening in Lagos, and I'm impressed. Engagement with outside world, it is two ways. It is going to be either bilateral or multilateral. So with this kind of workshop, or with this kind of discourse, we believe the principal actors will now know what it takes to enter a treaty. And if they comply with what they are taught in this session, if they advise their principal when they go back to their respective MDA on the right way to go, I believe most of the treaties will be legally binding in Nigeria, provided they follow the procedure laid down by the Constitution. The future is bright. And the future, we will ensure in the future that all the treaties, all the agreements, all the international protocols are being observed to the latter, are being protected and imposed as it is enshrined in the Constitution. And with this kind of workshop, we believe we will create a series of avenues whereby we will engage other parties, other necessary stakeholders. We just set the ball rolling, and we will be there, inshallah.
Also sharing insights on the workshop, the clerk of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols and Agreements discussed the value of the training in improving the understanding and application of international agreements across MDAs. He noted that the engagement served as an eye-opener, equipping participants with tools for more effective negotiation and oversight.
I'm a Nigerian, I'm a citizen of Nigeria, and I want Nigeria to benefit from its interaction with international community, and it starts from things like this. For us to be able to interact well, we need to know what it entails to engage in the international community. When we are talking about treaties, what does it entail to enter into treaties? How do we do that? How do we negotiate? How do we implement? How do we oversight as a parliament? So it is my duty as a clerk of the committee to advise the chairman and the committee members on how to go on all these issues, and also very instrumental to the organization of this workshop today. Our partners, the facilitators, are very, very excellent. We appreciate them, and it's also a collaborative effort between us and them. And so far, so good. What we have ensured so far has been fantastic. The participants are very, very impressed. I myself am impressed. And I also, there are some things I'm taking home. For instance, now, Nigerians used to think before that our negotiators who negotiate treaties will just go abroad, go on tea party, shopping, but it's not the case. By what I'm seeing here now, I can see experts, technocrats who know their honors, who take the bull by the horn and do what it's supposed to do. That one has been established. Even our facilitators can attest to that as well. Another thing is that the quality of ideas being shown and being given us here is very, very apt to our situation presently, so that we can apply in our situation in Nigeria. And going forward, if this lesson continues, it's going to impact a lot, because the MDs, many of the MDs are here, even state governments, like Kogi State Government is here, the SSG is here, the Attorney General of Plateau State was also here, and also from some top directors in the federal MDA, they are here. So it's a high-class, high-level engagement workshop. We are in a political environment, I must tell you that. But we, technocrats, are supposed to be the advisors and movers of policies. So they don't need to bend. They need to stick to the rule. And I also to advise our government, our leaders, that as well as they are making policies, they should also consider the benefits, the interest of the country, not just politics. They should not play politics with it. They should consider the interest of the country first, and also the people. It's an appeal that everybody that has a responsibility to do, either in the public service, or in private sector, in government, do your responsibility as much as you can. In a good faith, in sincerity. Don't put your personal interests above national interests.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here to make a closing remarks forward on behalf of His Excellency, the Right Honorable Speaker, 10th National Assembly, Right Honorable Tajudeen Abbas. He has mandated me to deliver this goodwill closing remarks. We appreciate your time, your dedication, and your efforts in trying to attend this program and attentively pay attention to the discourse and the further issue being deliberated here. And it is believed that this message you have learned here, or what you have learned here, will be passed towards your chief executive officers, and at the same time you will guide them achieving the necessary mandates in deciding issues of treaties, obligation of treaties, and what have you. So at this lecture, on behalf of the Right Honorable Speaker, we wish you a safe return to your various destinations, and we believe you will pass the message to all other necessary stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Well, I think, as the name goes, we are still faring very well. We are still holding on. Basically, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited is a Nigerian company owned by the federal government of Nigeria, the 36 states, and the 774 local governments. The federal government has 47% shares in NDPHC, and the 36 states and federal capital territory, plus the 774 local governments, own the remaining 53%. Originally, it was supposed to be a stopgap, build and sell power plants to increase the power availability. But in the process, as the company moved along, they discovered that if you build power plants, you also have to build complementary transmission networks. And then if you have transmission networks, you will also need the distribution network so that the power can ultimately get to the consumers. And so because of the gap that was in the sector at the time, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited was asked to build more power transmission networks, substations, injection substations. So over time, we had grown into the behemoth that we are today. Principally, we have 8 power plants functioning now, and then 2 are in the process of being completed. So that's what Niger Delta has been. But basically, I can say without any iota of contradiction that Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited has been able to increase the capacity, the network capacity, by about 50%, and of course the distribution capacity by about 60%. We are capable of producing up to 4,000 megawatts now, but there are still some constraints in the transmission network, which is being addressed by the various arms of government and the various stakeholders in the sector. If I want to talk about the problems in the power sector, you need more than an hour program. They are multifaceted. And each time solutions are being found, they are not far-reaching enough. For instance, before the enactment of the Electric Power Sector Reform Act, it was thought that the problem was we didn't have enough generation power, and that's what gave rise to the NIPP, which is the National Integrated Power Projects, which was basically to increase the power availability in Nigeria. And there were gaps because at that time, I don't think the solution was holistic enough. I'm talking of during the time of President Olusegun Obasanjo. You remember the National Integrated Power Project was conceived at the time. And it's strange that for the past many years, we are talking about 4,000 megawatts, 4,000. In reality, the available power in Nigeria is about 16,000 megawatts now, between 13,000 and 16,000 megawatts. So you wonder, why are we producing or generating or putting on the grid about 4,800 megawatts? So there's a gap. And the gap is basically the fact that the present network is aged. it's inadequate. There is fragmentation in the sector. You have, as of today, about 26 different bodies in the power sector. And it's a typical Nigerian problem. Once Nigeria identifies a problem, they create another agency to deal with that problem, rather than looking at the problem in the eye and say, this is the problem. And I can give you so many examples. For instance, traffic, which is very basic to everybody. When after the Udoji Award in the early 70s, I think it was in the early 70s, and people had fund to purchase cars, traffic began to grow. Now, instead of taking a holistic attitude and train the police to do what they're supposed to do, expand the road networks, and begin to put a culture of driving properly in the country, we created the yellow fever, the traffic wardens at the time. You remember at the time, traffic warden was separated from the Nigerian police. That's right. And the problem was not solved because the people were still constrained to virtually the same network of roads, more cars on the same network of roads. And then we stopped training drivers. So Federal Road Safety Commission was formed. And of course, I'm sure that you all know that the problem became worse. And now all of the state governments are creating their own variants of the Federal Road Safety Code. An example is LASMA in Lagos. And the people are still on the same roads. You know, so whereas we had 200 cars on a stretch of road, now we have 1,000. Now we have drivers who cannot read traffic signs, which are not even there. So today, when people see traffic lights, either in Abuja or in Lagos, I mean, they don't even know what to do. I'm sure that, I can't remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. I cannot remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. You know, it's the same thing with the issue of corruption. When we detected, corruption was increasing, we started creating so many variants of, and I always ask the question, where is the equivalence of EFCC in the countries that we're trying to be like? So we have created EFCC, we have created ICPC, we have created Bureau for, what's that other agency? Sorry? No. Those are another problem entirely. The BP and the BPP, you know. I mean, I'm talking of Code of Conduct Bureau. Okay. But in all honesty, can we say that corruption has reduced in Nigeria? Can we say that? So the problem is that we don't look at problems in the face and deal with the issue rather than creating bodies and bodies and bodies and bodies. We don't have the variants of EFCC, ICPC, and Code of Conduct Bureau in the countries that we're trying to be like. In this age and times, honestly, it's not rocket science. There is hardly anything you want to do that has not been done before or that is not being done in some other places. I mean, so you see in various sectors that once we identify a problem, rather than look the problem in the eye and providing solution to it, we create another body. It will appear to me that it is finding job for the boys, you know, and that is one of the reasons why we are where we are today. I cannot remember the last time anybody had to do driving tests to obtain a driver's license. I can't remember. In the US, if you want to obtain a driver's license, it's a long process. And I remember my daughter, when she went to the US at the age of 18, I remember when she wanted to go and obtain a driver's license, she called me and said, "Daddy, please pray for me." And I think the first time she went there, she didn't make it. And it was one slight error. And eventually, she had to go back, to retake the test. So that's what I see that we're doing wrong. And that has virtually destroyed all the sectors. The power sector is faced with so many problems. I was trying to explain to you, for instance, that the discos have various coverage areas. And if you take them one by one, you will see that some of them are covering a landmass that is bigger than 2, 3, 4 African countries together. Somebody was on my secondary school classmates forum. Somebody was trying to do a comparison between Botswana and Nigeria. And I said, Botswana has 581,000 kilometers, square kilometers. But 70% of that is Kalahari Desert. So effectively, what they have is less than 100 and something thousand kilometers. Nigeria has a vast land. Botswana has a population of 2.5 or 2 point something million. You can't compare that to. There's no basis. There's no basis. And so if they have 1,000 naira, their GDP is likely to be higher than that of Nigeria. Nigeria has 210 million people. Officially? Yes, officially. You can see the population of Lagos. I'm sure that the population of Botswana is not as thick as Surulere alone. I'm not trying to give excuses for what we are in Nigeria or how we're doing things badly. But I'm saying that we have a giant problem. We have giant problems in all of the areas. And we need to put our heads together to provide solutions to these problems. You can say that Nigeria is a country in progress. I know that we have enough human resources. We have enough intellectuals to find solutions to our problems. And I'm beginning to see that the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is tackling the problems headlong. I don't want to say that they work in silos. It would not be absolutely correct. I don't want to say that. That would be too negative. I would like to say that there's need for better collaboration between all of them. And then one of the greatest things that we need to do is that there must be a coordinating agency that is not encumbered with or by bureaucratic procedures. Okay, NEC is supposed to be the regulator in the society. Now, like I said before, if you have a regulator, they must be trained. And we shouldn't be ashamed to train our regulators and to ensure that we have the right people in those positions. But like I said, almost all the agencies in Nigeria, you find a lawyer heading an engineering company. It's not done. And what happens is that I don't want to create a war between professions. But the truth of the matter is that if you are a lawyer and you have you're doing legal consultancy in the sector, that doesn't make you to be chief executive of a purely engineering company. the last time it was an accountant that was in charge of one of the parasitals in the sector, and you know, even now that there's a new government, you see all kinds of people trying to outdo each other here and there. TCN, for instance, is supposed to be in charge of the transmission networks. Okay. But you have the independent ISO under them. How is that going to work? I mean, that is supposed to be an independent, and it cannot be under TCN. Yeah. You know. The discos, for instance, who is supervising them? NERC is supposed to supervise them. But you have on the board BPE, you know, that has 40% of the shares, and they're supposed to monitor them. Are they doing that? And then now the Yoruba people say, Amukun eruewo, oni wosaleni. That is, if a man is crippled or has bent knees and is carrying a load, it's not likely that the load will be straight because the legs are bent anyway. So that is the problem that we have. You know, the root cause, we are not attacking the root cause. You know, the electricity power sector reform has a transition program. But unfortunately, because we didn't do the privatization properly, we gave it to people who have no financial resources. They borrowed money from the banks to purchase the concession anyway, you know. Because they borrowed money from the bank, they don't have enough funds to repair the aging facility that they inherited. So that is a problem. Now the bank is on them. The bank lent them money for 5 years, or you know. Whereas this is a sector that is, I mean, you need long-term fund. You know, you need to have enough money to lay new cables, replace transformers. Some of these transformers have been there since 1960-something, to replace them. Look, where I come from in Ondo South Central District, we have not had power for up to 15 years now from the national grid. Everybody is an electricity generator company on his own. When we stepped into it to see what was happening, we discovered that the distribution company did not have enough money to repair the damaged distribution networks. So NDPC stepped into it, and we've spent almost 3 billion to repair all of that. 3 billion. Or almost 3 billion. I mean, we're talking about 6 local governments. At a point, by the time we had finished the reticulation of the networks in 5 of the local governments, we discovered that the source of supply is from Ondo. Ondo has a 2 by 30 MVA substation. One of that substation is gone. So it means that the distance of almost 100 kilometers from Ondo to Ore and to Ilaje, to Igbokoda area, to Mahin and co. Just one single 33 kV line is coming from that. So by the time the light gets to Okitipupa, what you have is candlelight. It's the same thing we saw in Lafia, for instance. For years, Lafia, even the government house in Lafia, was being operated on generator because the single line feeding Lafia and the entire Nasarawa state is from Abuja. So that's why we stepped in and built the 330, 132, 33 kV substation which was commissioned early last year by President Muhammadu Buhari. And you can see the joy in the faces of the people. Now, in Ondo South Senatorial District, for instance, they are the NDDC, not NDPHC, is building a 132 kV substation in Udeunije, which should help to bring power from Omotosho and to that area. But they have been on it for years now. And without the completion of that, there's nothing that can happen in the place. They will still have candlelight. So these are the problems. Now, NDDC is independent of NEC. It's virtually independent of the DISCO. It's independent of the... But they are doing a good work because they have offered to do... They have identified the problem and they have offered to do it. But who is coordinating these activities to ensure that everybody is working? And you know, one of the things I always complain about is that since this past 6-10 years, for instance, TCN has many of its projects are 85-90% completed. Some of the problems are just way-live, that the government should collaborate with the state governments to resolve. But what do you have? A substation is ready in Akure, for instance. A 330 kV substation is ready in Akure. The transmission line is supposed to come from Oshogbo to Akure, and another transmission line is supposed to come from Benin and drop in Akure. Because of way-live issue along the route from Oshogbo to Akure, that project has been stalled for almost 6 years. So there has to be an organization that is above NEC, that is linked only to the president, that will look at all of these things. I talked about the fragmentation in the sector. You know, look, and let me tell you something. I know that electricity is a commercial venture. Yeah. And when you put your money there, you should be able to recover your investment. However, it's also a social contract between the government and the people. It's a social contract. You know, so if you have such a transmission line, everybody should be involved. And I remember that it has to be a responsibility. I remember when we were doing a project in Owerri, and because the transformers have been there for a long time, we needed to remove the transformers to a workshop somewhere in Ikorodu there for repairs, so that when they take them back, it can function properly. And we had given authority to the EPC contractor to go and remove the transformer. But of course, when the community saw that they were removing their transformer, this was a transformer that has not been functioning for the past 10, 15 years. They refused to let them go, and the governor had to intervene. The governor also refused to let them take the transformer away. I had to personally intervene with the governor, speak with the governor, write an undertaking before the transformer can be moved to the workshop for repairs. It's not repairs, but you know they need to change the oil and make sure it's in good working condition, because it's been on the plinth for 15 years. So there has to be a coordinating agency that is devoid of bureaucratic encumbers. Initially, NDPHC was created from the federation account. The initial seed money for NDPHC was from the federation account. However, since we started producing electricity, let me put it that way, we don't receive subvention from the government. So our revenue is from the sale of electricity, sale of energy to the network and to what we call willing buyers. For instance, you will see that we still, even outside the country, we sell power to countries outside Nigeria. Yeah. So that's how we derive our... But because also we are owned by the 3 tiers of government, we have also embarked on working with the other sectors to improve the networks. For instance, we build distribution. So from the profit that we have, we build distribution networks virtually in all. There is no state in Nigeria that has not felt the impact of NDPHC. And then we, like I said, the transmission substation in Lafia was constructed by NDPHC. It's like LNG. I mean, LNG cannot receive subvention from the federal government anymore. You know, I mean, of course, initially, government put in their own investment and the private sector put in their own investment. I'm hoping that we will move away from this structure in NDPHC. I'm really hoping that we'll and adopt the NLLG structure, for instance, and bring in a huge investor to acquire 49% so that we can start operating like an LNG. You know, there's a lot of confusion in the society, you know, and even those even some high government officials don't even know the functions of NDPHC. They don't even know. I mean, we were in a gathering some time ago, and a former minister who claimed to have been a part of the conception of NDPHC was annoyed when somebody threw a question at him, and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't have power in my house, and you guys are sitting down there." And I had to lecture him and say, "Hey, I'm not supposed to put power in your house. I'm just a businessman, you know, in the sector, producing oil, producing power, electricity, like every other person, like, what's the name of Elumelu's Transcorp Power, and selling it. That's all we are." The problems are enormous. But I believe very strongly that the discos, as they are now, don't have the capacity. There has to be a restructuring of that sector. Under whatever you want to call it, maybe breaking their franchise into little bits. 1 or 2 of them are doing well. Eco, Disco, Ikeja Disco, yeah. Because, and also, you know, the problems are different. So, but for most of them, look, let me give you an example. If you need to, under Yola Distribution Company, I mean, you know how wide that sector, I mean, that part of the country is. If you need to take a 33 kV line from one town to the other, you may be doing 100 kilometers. Whereas under the Eco Disco franchise, I mean, 100 kilometers will do 2, 3, 4, 5 communities. So we need to restructure this discourse. We need to support the discourse to develop a new program tailored to reduce ATC and C losses. What is ATC and C? Aggregate technical, commercial, and collecting losses. Now, when you take power from Ondo, for instance, to Ilaje, 100 kilometers, by the time, and don't forget that along that route, you are dropping power for Ore, for Ajebandele, for this, for that. By the time you get to the end, what you have is candlelight. So you will need to and the discos don't have the finances to do these things. I said earlier that the privatization was not properly done. Okay. I'm not sure that those people have an understanding of what they were getting into. Everybody thought the power sector was like the telecommunications sector. But it is not. the amount of infrastructure that you need to put in place, physical infrastructure that you need to put in place for power is totally different from that. Because apart from your cell in telecommunication and the handset there's nothing that you need to do. You probably don't need to put poles, pay compensation. Fiber optic is for specific areas. I mean, for specific things, and it doesn't stop the telecommunication facilities.
After all, they can use satellite.
Yes, exactly, from functioning very well. Okay. So that the difference is, but you cannot send power remotely. You need cables, you need poles, you need transmission lines, you need all sorts of things. You need transformers. The discos should be responsible for them. But when they don't have the fund, what do? You can see that many of them, about 7 of them, are under receivership now. Some sort of receivership or the other. You can see. Because they borrowed money from the banks and they were not able to pay back within the time they thought, I mean, they were going to be able to pay back.
They were taking over.
You have to deal with each one of them, you know, on it has to be a tailored solution to each disco. You cannot apply the same brush for all of them. Well, the truth of the matter is that at some point there will be increase in tariff. However, this is not the time for it. I mean, Nigeria, I mean, we are doing a lot of reforms now. The removal of the subsidy has increased the cost of living in Nigeria. The exchange rate, harmonization of the exchange rates is also going to affect the economy and the earning power of the common Nigerian, even though that should not be the case, because I can tell you for free that no business organization was charging their customers based on the 400 and something naira to the dollar that the CBN was and that's a fraud on its own, because CBN knows that there's nobody who is selling anything in Nigeria decides the cost of that good based on the CBN exchange rate. It's simple, because they are not sure that they will get. I mean, when they need to replace machinery, raw materials, they were not sure that they could get the dollars from CBN. So this is the best thing that could have happened.
The Naira float.
The Naira float is the best thing that can happen to our nation, Nigeria. And I'm surprised, because every expert and non-expert had been advising CBN to do this for so long. So I'm surprised that the CBN was reluctant to do what is needful, and that's about the corruption in the system. So this is not the time, and I'm advising government too. This is not the time to increase tariff. Honestly, subsidizing the power sector is not good for the economy, because the truth of the matter is that 80% of the subsidy in the power sector is being enjoyed by people who can afford to pay for electricity. That's the truth. The low tariff pays only the rich. You know, the poor people just take advantage, just like in fuel too. Look, if you have 10 cars and you put all the 10 cars on the road, the poor man has only one way to go, just to go to office and come back, and you know. But the man who has 10 cars will the wife will take one, the children will take one, the workers will take one, and that's what is happening in the sector. So yes, this is not the time to think about increasing tariff. it will look. In the past, the cost of diesel was very high, right? Now, a lot of people migrated to using petrol generators. Yes. Now the cost of petrol is even almost higher than the cost of because petrol burns faster. You use more petrol for your generator than diesel. So generating power in your house now, where you don't have power supply from the national grid, is a big problem. No, there is no doubt in my mind that we need to migrate to prepaid meter. Okay. I mean, not only intelligent meters, okay, so that when we have intelligent meters, nobody can manipulate their consumption. You know, if you go to some hotels in the past, all of the heavy-duty consuming equipment, their laundry, their air conditioners are connected directly, or they bypass the meters, you know. But if you have intelligent networks, that cannot happen because it will be discovered and then you will be dealt with appropriately. So there's no doubt in my mind that everybody, and it's in the interest of the consumer too, to acquire prepaid meters. And it's not the only prepaid meters that the discos should supply. It should be intelligent networks. Of course, I said earlier that they don't have the money to do it. They don't have the funds.
What was the intelligent network? What will you do?
Look, if you had an intelligent network in a place like this, for instance, you can determine what is happening without you being there. Even on your phone, you can control your distance. So I'm just trying to use that to explain what it is. So if you have an intelligent network, the discos in their control rooms will be able to monitor and ensure that energy theft is reduced to the barest minimum, and they can ensure proper operations in their own sector.
For years, uncomplimentary features including obsolete books, lack of power supply, leaking roofs, and sparse library infrastructure have become an integral feature of public libraries. Visits to some of these facilities, particularly in Lagos and Ibadan, indicate a litany of pathetic public libraries. Attempts by governments to turn things around have been weak and sometimes non-existent. Expectedly, the impact of this on learning is telling. This is the basis of today's news talk, which focuses on public libraries. An American writer, Sidney Sheldon, once said that libraries store the energy that funds imagination. He added that libraries open up windows to the world and inspire us to explore and achieve and contribute to improving our quality of life. For many years, many young Nigerians have failed to improve the quality of their lives by expanding their knowledge or nurturing their latent reading skills, hence leave most parts of their lives in doubt, contrary to the advice by British novelist and screenwriter J.K. Rowling, who said, "When in doubt, go to the library." Public libraries play a crucial role in a country's educational system by providing free access to a wealth of information and resources through offering a diverse range of books, journals, and digital resources that are essential for learning and research. They serve as a repository of knowledge accessible to everyone, regardless of socio-economic status, in addition to supporting lifelong learning by providing resources for all age groups. Their role in promoting literacy by offering reading programs, story hours, and access to books for young readers is very crucial for early childhood education and developing a reading culture. It is in light of this that the declining state of public libraries and poor management of the existing one, particularly in Lagos and Ibadan, are posing concern to critical shareholders. These concerns are there because of the overreaching effect on the standard of education in the two states, Oyo and Lagos. Most libraries in Lagos and Ibadan share similar attributes. They range from old buildings with leaking roofs, obsolete books, empty shelves, disused tables and chairs, uncomfortable ambience, and overgrown shrubs. Also, while the world is migrating electrically and libraries digitalized to bring them up to speed and make them fit for purpose in contemporary times, most libraries in Lagos and Ibadan are without electricity and manually driven. With fond memories of borrowing books to read in Lagos and returning them to the library in the full care of the other students after digesting their contents, Mrs. Felicia Adeniyi is pained that many years after, school children are longer enjoying such opportunities because of what public libraries have become. For starters, most of the libraries in Lagos State belonging to the state government are in a ruinous state. In its wisdom, the Lagos State government some years ago has turned the age-long library on Broad Street into a drug laboratory or whatever. This reporter used to use the library in the 60s, 70s and 80s before the politicians decided to change their minds. In Oyo State, the surrounding of the Oyo State Library Board at Dugbe in Ibadan betrays what a reading environment should look like. Inside the facility is equally disheartening. Additionally, makeshift shanties cluster the precincts of the library, making it difficult for visitors to recognize his presence. Random samplings carried out among students revealed a worrying situation. While many of them hardly know where the public libraries are located, some don't even know that public libraries exist. This perhaps explains why the standard of education in the state is on the decline. The reference section, located on the first floor, is lightly deserted, with only one patron present apart from the staff. The shelves are filled with old, dusty books, revealing lack of maintenance and updates. Public libraries in Ogun State are also a worrisome sight. Users no longer patronize the state library. One of the major factors causing this is because the libraries are not digitalized and facilities are in a poor state. When the director of the Lagos State Library Service, Oyadipe Ashimiyu Amao, asserted that the state libraries had been standardized and are offering quality services, one can't help but wonder the cause of the growing apathy among residents so far as the use of public libraries is concerned. But the answer is not far-fetched, as some of the existing 13 libraries that exist in Lagos State have not been developed to the expected standard. Amao had recently, at a function organized by the State Library Service held for secondary students, claimed that the state libraries offered a conducive environment for libraries. But when SOUQ News visited Ikeja's Secretariat Library, the National Libraries on Abamakoli Way, Butemeta, the conditions of these libraries were against the assertions made by Amao. It is completely against what the gentleman had told the public. While the National Library opens at 8:30 a.m., library users they insist that the discomfort they experience there is a discouraging factor which they have continued to bear because of the little or no choice that they have. One of the library users said that they often come to the library with their hand fans due to the lack of electricity, and when there is power supply, the air conditioners and fans may not be working. Is this what we need in the center of excellence? Let us in Lagos declare a state of emergency on public libraries because the reading culture is gradually vanishing right under our nose. My name is Bayo Olaoye.
I'm from Akwa Ibom State, Eke local government precisely. My primary school at Akwa Ibom Church Primary School, so young Eket, where I grew up in the early 70s. I moved into government secondary school at Eket. I finished my school set in 1981. It was a jolly good experience. Before I moved over to Lagos, where I did my higher school, Federal School of Art and Science, Victoria Island, and from where I took my JAM, then I got admission to study English and literary studies in the great University of Calabar. Growing up was fun, education was fun. We enjoyed the bits of life all we went through there, from primary to secondary school, the dormitory lives, my friends, my colleagues. Coming over to Lagos was quite an experience. My first time in Lagos, arriving after a tortuous journey back then. Went over to VI, studied along with some blue chip children, Federal School of Art and Science then, as it was called, just where you have the law school now. It was quite an experience. And back to University of Calabar, we had quite a drill, the studies of English language and literature. I happen to have specialized in literature, where we did a thorough work on all the spheres of literature, the landscape of literature. We almost exhausted it with key professors and lecturers. Talking about Afro-American literature, Caribbean literature, South African literature, Russian literature, literature of social protests. Then we come back to African literature, where we explored the whole landscape. African literature, African drama, African prose, and storytelling, folk tales, and trickster stories. It was a huge experience that changed my life. And coming over here, finished our youth service, did my youth service in Imo State then. We had respect as corporate. We were well treated. And came over back to Lagos, looking for work in Lagos, 1988, 89. We started a magazine in Lagos here. We call it the Hits magazine. It was tailored after the Right On magazine. It was a music magazine. We started that stuff in Lagos here, and then we couldn't sustain it because of the finances. Luckily for me, I was able to run, got a job with the bank, and then I started a marketing aspect for the bank. From the bank, merchant bank, when the bank went under, I decided to go solo. That brought me to the book industry. I have always have this passion for books, right from my primary school to my secondary school. My mom was a teacher, a successful teacher. We were encouraged to read books. We used to hide ourselves in the libraries, my local government libraries. So when I got admitted to the University of Calabar, all our long vacations, we were always found in the library. Of course, there was no GSM then. The library was our contact space, where we go to the libraries to get information about when the school is going to resume, because apart from news, radio and all that, you may not know when the school is going to resume. But when you meet with your friends, you know, in the library there, we meet with some other undergraduates, Uniben, Nsuka, Ife, some of our friends who were studying there, who came home for long vacations. We interact with them, and before you know it, we hear, you people are going to resume this, that, and that's how my passion for books get strengthened. When we resume schools, we exchange novels. We look for novels to read. We look for African writers series. We look for Headley Chase. We look for exotic books. We started collecting books. When we finished reading, we shared the books to our friends. We talked about the books, and from there, we were able to explore the world. We sat down in the library and we knew what was happening in the apartheid South Africa. I did so much about the history of South Africa. I read about the Zulu aftermath. I read about the Mau Mau Wars, the challenge of colonialism, the pro-colonial times. I had a good teacher who taught me history in the secondary school, Miss Tooten. He did a yeoman's job. He led us through the whole spectrum of West African history. West African history by Adekunle Aromo-Laran. We talked about the Oyo Empire, Songhai Empire, Timbuktu, the Great Mali Empire. You know, all these things stir up our curiosities. And since then, we never departed from books. We have worked in close association with the Institute of Public Analysts of Nigeria, IPAN. These are people that do analysis for products, water analysis, analysis of waste and effluent, radioactive activity, food and drug analysis. We have worked with quality control experts across the industries. We have worked with establishments where they do root crop research. We have worked with the pharmaceutical research industries, medical research bodies, malaria research establishments, cancer research establishment. These people look for us for specialized information in the management of special disease and treatment. Treatment in oncology. People in the area of traditional medicine, alternative medicine, natural medicine. They look for it. We are partnering with the Nigerian Institute of Science and Technology, Institute of Natural Medicine in Victoria Island, to work with them in the area of the development of herbal medicines in Nigeria. We have books we partner with them to promote. You see, medicinal plants from eastern Nigeria, medicinal plants from the northeast, medicinal plants from the southwest, medicinal plants from the south-south. We market these books for people who want to know. No, we are working now on the production in partnership with relevant institute of the Nigerian pharmacopoeia. We know about the British pharmacopoeia. We know about the American pharmacopoeia, the Japanese pharmacopoeia, and herbology. We are working towards having the Nigerian pharmacopoeia. This is going to be a compendium of materials that talks about medicinal plants of value, medicinal plants that have healing properties. We are working with specialists, pharmacognosy, phytochemists, and by God's grace, this is going to come into fruition. We partner with the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and all kinds of health bodies that we can't even mention. So many of them invite us for their annual conferences, which is rotated across different states in different years across the nation. So we've traveled, and in most of these conferences, you have experts, deans of faculties, heads of departments that reach out to us with informations in books and journals that are relevant for their students and for their practitioners. We don't only market reference books and textbooks in all fields of study, all fields of human endeavor. We also market relevant journals, research journals, peer-reviewed journals in sociology, in psychology, in law, research journals in oncology, in public health, community medicine, in nursing, research journals in nutrition and dietetics, food science, international relations. We partner with the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs in Victoria Island. We have key journals in world affairs, African affairs, and these journals will help them to distribute to all relevant establishments and departments that need it. So it has been a great job, very taxing and exciting. Each book added a new spectrum of learning and knowledge for us. When we got into literature and poetry, we explore a whole lot. When we went into American history, the black history, we read about the nation of Islam. We read about Elijah Muhammad. We knew the struggle they had to go through, racism and all that stuff. And it really inspired us to see what we can do to add value to knowledge. And it has brought us this far. So it's been passion, not really born out of the money and whatever. Of course, when you have value to present, you'll be appreciated. in many ways. We have had sundry appreciations from establishments, from institutes across West Africa and beyond. You know, we partner with international publishers all over the world to source cutting-edge materials for our clients. We take pains to go through a lot of materials that come in here. Whether there are new materials or whether there are new, we believe that when you are doing research, it is what is called cross-cultural research. You start from the past and then come to the present. Research in any field, what happened before, where we were before and where we are now, and then we look forward. So we have a lot of materials for our clients, and we are on an endless journey of search. When we started this business, we came face to face with HIV. We go after books on HIV and AIDS. We got them across to our clients and our readers. As we went further, Ebola came, and we sourced for materials for medical virologists. It's a virus. Clinical virology, we gave the books to them, and they were very happy. We got the materials. We did what is called public health awareness to get people assured that these things are preventable. That is not the end of life. You see, when you have the information, you have the confidence to practice, you are not scared of whatever. Whatever is coming in probably had happened before. All we need is for new information to combat the emerging diseases. There are journals that deal with emerging infectious diseases. We provide these materials for practitioners, and it has served the purpose over the years. The secret of my success has been the impartation of specialist knowledge, tertiary knowledge for professionals. You know, education and learning is a lifelong journey. People talk about continuous professional development. For instance, in the media world and the real estate world, we have partnered with people who are doing media studies, you know, the print media, the electronic media, mass communication as a whole. We have provided a lot of materials for them. So now we have specialists in the media, we have special editors, screenwriters, short story writers, photojournalists, you know, and we provide them these materials. In the real estate world, we have attended conferences of real estate practitioners, providing cutting-edge materials for them in real estate developments, information technology, property development, property law. All these materials assist them in the practice of real estate. We have gone far more. We work with people, the QS, quantity surveyors, town planners, environmental managers, people who do environmental audits, environmental impact assessment, you know, space planning. We work with them, you know. And these materials we get from all across the world. If you are practicing in this area and you need materials to improve your services and the value you are creating, you will need us. We have a whole list of experts in different fields that reach us when they have challenges, when they have need for special information to solve specific problems, they reach out to us. They call, yeah, a bookman, all range. We need books in this area. For instance, we had a former Minister of Health, that great woman, Gonja Iwala. She will always call us, look, all range, we need books on international economics. And we used to give her books on international economics. And many other experts like that. We have books for people who are doing radioactive interventions, people who are doing environmental management, people who are doing analysis, food analysts, all over the spectrum. We provide books for them. Food engineering, we give them books on food contaminants, food additives. These are not books to just go to anywhere and get. We have been able to interface with them, Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology. Reading has a tremendous impact on influence on human life. It helps you to appreciate issues, ideas, views, and opinion. It makes you an active participant in intellectual discourse and in intellectual environments. You are not ignorant of what is happening around you. It makes you a leader. Yes, not all readers are leaders, but most impactful leaders are readers. Books will change you. Books will empower you. Books will give you self-confidence. When I sit down with architects and I'm discussing, I talked about landscape architecture. I talked about interior design. They begin to wonder whether I studied architecture. Then I started talking with oncologists, gynecologists, maybe gynecological oncologists. They think that maybe I studied medicine. I didn't do no medicine. I've been able to read some books, interface with them. I have attended their workshops, so many, and I've read their books. Some books that come to me, I try to go through the introduction and the preface. I try to. Books in all areas. You understand? I was looking at a book on anesthesiology, and I found out that no serious surgery could be carried out without an anesthetist. Surgical intervention, is it abdominal surgery? Is it cancer, oncology? You need a professional. These are people that manage the airways. When the patient has been numbed with drugs for the intervention, the surgical experience, maybe for 3, 4, 5 hours, there has to be a resuscitation. And this is the specialist area for anesthetists. Not all doctors can handle that. You are doing cesarean section. You are doing ENT surgery. You need them. So you have a team of doctors that will invariably handle a serious, for instance, at the orthopedic hospital, we want to do amputation. You have the plaster people, you have the hematologist, you have the anesthesiologist, you have the surgeon, who is a very good orthopedic surgeon to handle amputation, whether it's amputation of the legs and all that, because they have to manage, the hematologist will manage the loss of blood, then the anesthetist, then the orthopedic nurse will be there. Then we have the theater nurse will be there. All of them well kitted for the operations. It will look as if they are going to travel to Mars. Safety procedures, management of spills, cleaning, and everything. Then rolling the patients to a special, maybe it's an amenity ward where they are going to keep the person to manage the post-operative procedures and all that. Of course, there are pre-surgical experiences, the tests, the examination, the review and all that before the real process. So these are not things we learned overnight. It has taken a process of time. And we got to know that, oh, this is how the deal is done. Great insurgents of e-materials, e-books, digital books, and of course, the World Wide Web. It has helped us to access materials easily. But you see, initially people were afraid that with the advent of the e-books and all that, that the textbooks, the physical books, will be phased out. But that is far from the truth. Libraries still get their core text and materials. They have the sections for the core text and materials and journals and serials. Then they have the section we call the digital libraries. Polytechnic libraries, university libraries across the countries, they have these sections. But my experience with these digital libraries has been the management of digital libraries, the power situation in Nigeria, and the maintenance culture. Most of the institutions that started with the e-library, they have always come back to complain that these materials, within a short spell of time, because of instability of power. You know, the computers and all the digital infrastructures, they need steady and standby power supplies. Most of them have acquired the solar systems to power these equipments, but truly speaking, it has not been sustainable. Sometimes we had some dubious students vandalize these facilities, and then people always have to fall back on books. With the smartphones now, students can get a lot of materials and all that, and they read, but I can tell you that people who are doing serious research, they come back to us for books. You are doing research, you have to do your references, your bibliography. You have to show evidence, materials you have read, both online and offline. You are doing your doctorate program, master's program, to whatever level. At the level we are now, we believe that we've added value to education, to training, and to teaching. Our next phase now, we're trying to see how we can give back to the society through our interface with like-minded NGOs. We are started our book cafe, all-branch book cafe, where we invite people. It's a private library to come and read and study in a relaxed atmosphere, where you can come in and do your book reviews. If you're a writer, you come in and do your book reviews, review your textbooks. Going forward too, we also have our NGO, which we are working on, that borders on environmental management. We call it the Campaign for Sustainable Environment. This is a program we have been running the last 5 years. We are talking about global warming and climate change. We do environmental education.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music and arts, Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos, for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison, people such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Obafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls. In the museum, where there are pictures and artifacts. Some of the old prison facilities have been converted into leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today.